if I seem a little quirky to you, I'm one of those weird neurodivergents you hear of. So being standing during this meeting is the best thing I can do. To get
We're sitting with Tim Wireless. I'm gonna try that too. It has a better signal.
Once a month. This is an opportunity. If it's your first time here, say you're here for a zoning case. We handle and go over a lot of policy issues that affect the city. And if you ever want to have face to face with a city council member or other residents within the district who have a say in the policy process and the procedures and vision for the city, this is an amazing opportunity. You don't even have to be here. You can also always submit your comments remotely. And if you are here for anything that's not on the agenda, whether it's a zoning case, council member comments, things like that, there will be an opportunity for you to provide your remarks later in the meeting. If you are here for a zoning case, we will have those towards the end, and you will have an opportunity to give public remarks then, as well as the applicant. Without further ado, we'll call this meeting to order. First, I have an approval of the agenda, February 3rd, 2025, without objection. And then, if there are no objections, approval of the minutes for December 2nd, 2024.
You were out there. Does it have you absent?
I was just asking the minutes I can do to show that I was part of that meeting.
Okay, I messed you and Natalie up. That's my fault.
Next week, I'll just approve the minutes for the December 2nd, 2024 meeting.
I'd like to make a comment about that. I wasn't here, so of course I was reading over the minutes very carefully. And it appears, are we going to be doing this? It appears that we did some sort of voice capture. And so we had a lot of incomplete sentences, a lot of things that obviously weren't right. And of course, I'm not going to vote anyway because I wasn't here. But I just want to get that the way we're going to handle this.
Oh, you're talking about the transcription not being perfect. I guess we could always do a friendly, the transcription is not ever going to be perfect.
Yeah. Well, what I'm wondering is, could the transcription not be something that we necessarily approve or board?
That's totally fine. If you feel that you're more on the up and up that.
Just information.
But at the end of the day, though, if we approve the minutes and we include the transcription, then I feel like that is more due process for them to remarks that are provided to the city council members to understand that we get out and to reflect on this. And even if there's a misspelling or anything else, it's not the principle or intent of what we accomplished at the meeting. I think that's the most important thing.
Right. But there were places that I was concerned that I wasn't getting the intent.
If you do see that intent, that's something that is good in marketing. And you should feel. Yeah, you should feel.
The text on the agenda, for adjournment, it says that our next meeting is going to be in August.
Yeah, my bad.
I mean, I know there are a lot of zoning days, but you don't push that.
Yeah. Yeah, March 1st. Yeah, it's updated on the website, just not the ones I printed out for y'all.
Well, is there any, do we need to make any amendments to?
The follow-up on there, does it have to be a transcription or can it be a summary of the comments made?
It could be a summary of the comments made. If y'all are fine, you could also direct Cameron to take the transcription and we have to be respectful of more work here, but you can provide a summary, maybe a summary for each section where there's a transcription. If that is clear for y'all, you can do it.
Citizens Review Board, they went from transcription to summary because it saved more time. So whatever saves time and make it clear.
Well, the big thing here is I'm sure this quote transcription is done digitally. And that saves time. That saves an immense amount of effort. And I do understand that. I'd just like to see it kind of
Cleaned up.
Yeah, just pointed out that we're not saying that word in that written document is what we believe happened in the room.
Cameron,
Because it isn't.
Cameron, you do the transcription for us, right?
Yeah,
So you guys can see that?
I mean, if you guys want to do summaries, right now it's just verbatim of everything you said. So if you have an issue kind of with what is in the transcription, it's what you said in the meeting.
would like to see if cities using technology like this, the technology exists to provide the summary with the transcript already out there.
The city doesn't have one. It's just a personal account that I use to help me out. Yeah, but I can go back. I can go back. That'd be nice. I could go back just to typing it out though. It's just
Yes, I would say that summary is probably better, one, because it's going to be useful. The machine doesn't understand what you say, you can say anything, and it doesn't make sense. So summary is more useful, also when I was flipping through this, and it would say so much. There's so many pages that I'm not gonna read, because it's just a wall of that. I would be in favor of minutes printed in the future, not to include the transcript if there is a summary going to be provided.
For sure.
Attach that. Is there anything else we could improve on?
Okay, are you saying transcribe and do a summary?
Yeah, we're talking about what is printed.
Right.
At the very least, the summary is being done, the summary should be printed either in a presentation, and then a digital copy of the transcripts throughout.
We got 10 pages each on
So
some.
my view would be that in the summer, we could allow us real quick to see if it's. Just seems to be a concern here. in using transcripts. I just want to put one more chance, any amendments to the minutes. We will, from the December meeting, hearing any rejection, we will then approve. Moving the staff report to Wichita Fire Department.
Good evening, everybody again. And for public. We've something exciting going on in the fire department lately, kind of we've talked about the past months. Our core competency is fighting fire. It's the main thing we do, but something else exciting we do. We do a lot of training with scuba diving. So we're just finished, all of our scuba divers just finished pretty intensive training program and getting some new equipment and working on some skills. Chief Winton is here with us. He's our lead scuba dive instructor. So that's pretty cool. We've had we have some new engines on order, new ladder trucks, keep things moving. We just hired a recruit class and we just graduated a recruit class to keep up with retirements and keep that safe.
Is that keeping up on pace, based on retirements?
I'm not, that's the intention. I can look into that, get back to the board if you'd like. Your question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because either the training was for the Wichita Fire Department or there were other.
This one is just for the Wichita Department. So your local scuba diving, different jurisdictions, different cities do it different ways. Sometimes it's PD, the citizens of Wichita's fire department. So, yeah, so for water rescue, that answer your question. Yeah.
I have a question about
Yeah.
the recruit class. I know at the police department, they don't want to miss out on recruits, so they hire them in advance, assuming that they're gonna get into the academy and get through to the academy, right? So do you guys have that opportunity in the fire department? Or people can only join, like, if they need a job now and your academy doesn't start for what, 3 months, 6 months, whatever, then they either have to go unemployed or take another job and not
Yeah,
get hired.
currently they have to take another job or work somewhere else. Yeah.
Well, it seems like you should have the same benefit as the police.
Something, a fire I wanted to make you guys aware of happened in the 1000 block of South Ida, and fires are always unfortunate, but what's great about this fire is we had a fire in the front bedroom, and the fire department did rescue a lady, and she was in serious condition, and she went to the hospital, and that's it. It does happen more frequently than you hear about. That's something that happened in District 1 that I wanted to share with you. So it's something that I'm very excited about. A couple other fires, nothing of considerable note. I'm happy to cover with you if you want to. As far as safety, since we're talking about water rescue and all that, we tend to talk about it a lot in the winter, but we should talk about it all the time. Stay out of the water, stay off the ice. I think people see the ice and they think they get false insecurity. There's a floor there, it's still a body of water that now is extremely frigid and will incapacitate you very quickly, almost immediately. And so don't ever go out on the ice for a dog, go out on the ice for your neighbor, your friend. Call 911 and talk to them, watch them where they are. That's the best thing you can do when I get there. That's what the chief is gonna ask me, as he works on the scuba plan is. Where are they? Where did you last see them? So. That's what I had for you tonight. Chief wanted to elaborate on that.
Did you guys send anybody to California? Because I know we sent folks to, I don't know, the hurricane.
And
Oh,
Chief, we did not go to California.
Oh, okay.
To answer your first question on the hiring process.
Yeah.
One thing we told fire is we have a medical component before we go into the fire academy.
Okay.
In the years past, you had to be a certified emergency medical technician and you ever consider it. Now we've opened that process up. We have a chief instructor that can teach that class. So we will hire maybe 15 people that aren't EMT certified and train them at the station, and then they go into the group class. So doing that on an individual level would be super difficult.
Okay.
So we were having people that were taking the EMT class, and then they weren't guaranteed a job, so they're
Right.
spending a lot of money to go to that class.
So you feel like then that you're treated fairly, or the police department doesn't have an advantage in that sort of way?
Yeah, no, it's really, we're all one big team, but it's really, not great thing we do. I mean, we're fortunate enough that we're setting the fire truck to 2 or 3 people, hopefully 4.
Yeah.
They're by themselves a lot of times, so that's why it's just a little bit different.
Easier with my background with working with fire. When people apply, they know the process, and it's not, I don't think anybody would like, oh man. So they know when they apply that they can be together to the fire certain days. And that actually gives people time to put in their 2 weeks or whatever if they have another job. So it actually works out.
Yeah, and they do know they go through the process that, hey, I passed everything, I'm eligible, and they can kind of start planning. Because, sometimes we don't know when we're gonna get a class. We think we're moving short, but all of a sudden we find out we can have a class as well. That will we may get. So as far as wildfire, we did not go to California.
Okay. Why would you go for the hurricane stuff and right there and not talk?
So 2 different types of deployments. We have a wildland, we can just those sites. A lot of that is, it has to be requested. We don't just up and down. We're gonna push people on. The way the hurricane deployment works, we're part of a state USAR team. So we obviously can't keep all the units at Wichita that go to Florida for hurricane. We want to help as well here for. So what will happen is there's specific job descriptions. Like to me, I have a $600 leader. They can deploy me as a leader. Then they maybe take somebody else, which is called the search team manager, and get someone from Hutch who's a tech search person. And that creates a 72-person team, and that team from Kansas. It's not just Wichita Fire Department, but in county, it's a agency that we participate in.
Thank you. I hope I remember that next. Thank you.
Any other questions for the fire department? Any questions from the public? Questions, Lana? I think that's it for being here. You appreciate those time. Honestly,
I've got big shoes to fill.
Make sure you don't talk about it.
Yeah. What's your guys' hiring age? Is it 18?
Yeah.
I think it is. So that's one area where the fire department actually gets people, because we do have like fire safety programs at high schools and stuff like that, and really building building them for their career earlier. Because we can't start them until they're 21. And so we lose a lot of quality applicants in those 3 years, just because they're going off to college, they're finding, in 3 years, they find, 15 other jobs that they'd rather do. Rather than waiting around for 3 years for the police to hire them on. So that's part of the reason. And police officers are only here because we turn them one direction in the career fair. So,
I was waiting for that. I'm gonna go.
it's recorded, and now my boss is gonna go.
Everybody likes a fight.
Once I get them out of the room, we can really talk about them. One of the things that we are doing with the fire department here in a couple of weeks, the Red Cross, we're partnering with the Red Cross it's called Sound the Alarm. We'll be passing out fire alarms or smoke detectors, not fire alarms, smoke detectors to people in the community. So there's a large number of people on north side, I believe, is where we're gonna do it, which would be mostly district ones. So
We have a competition.
oh, is that? I don't have all
District 1
the.
versus District 6.
Oh, we are going to beat them.
Yes, sir.
I feel like I can now say that I'm part of District 1 again. For a while there, I was part of District after 1, before 3. Where I was just trying to, we won't say any names. Some of the things that we are doing now, we also, February 22, we have the polar plunge with the Special Olympics of Kansas. And for the last little over 90 days now, we had a property crime reduction team that was made up with a few Wichita officers, and then there were some from like Derby, Bel Air, I believe Goddard and Mays were also helping out with it. One of the things that we're noticing with a lot of the other agencies as well, if people are stealing from Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, all those places here in Wichita, they're probably doing it other places too. And so we're having one officer from each of these other jurisdictions who are coming together and kind of helping. We've got certain people that we know have been shoplifting a lot or been stealing cars a lot. They're ending up with a lot of the same people. And so we're sending one of their officers and one of our officers to go together and really fight to try to find those people, to try to recover those vehicles, to get those arrested for the crimes that they're committing. So some of the stats with that, over a 90-day comparison, 90 day to 90 day, we are down on larcenies as a whole, 16%. That would include like shoplifts, larcenies from a building, larceny like stealing construction trailers, stuff like that. And then larcenies from auto, which would be the license plates, taking the catalytic converters, stuff like that. We're down 25%. I'm sorry, looked the wrong hole, 15%. For the last 90 days over a 5-year average, respectively, we're down 13% and 25%. And then on auto thefts in the last 90 days, over 90 days, we're down 20%. With a 5-year average, we're still up by 3% because we had a year where it was very, very bad. So,
And these trends are annual snapshots or are they taking seasons?
so those are the last 90 days over a 5-year average. And so it'd be just over winter time, more so over winter time. So we look at the year to last year versus this year. Auto thefts were down 34%. So within the last year, our auto thefts have dropped quite a bit. That was because in 23 we had some pretty high numbers.
You think that's the main reason? I know you also are going to bring it up. Is there an education component to this? Is there security methods that you're seeing working better than others? Is there citizens that you know about what's working?
I would say that it's probably probably multiple things. Education is out there too. I know after having a year of really, really high numbers like we did 2 years ago, we have some PSA messages out there on social media as well as the news. We had a lot of catalytic converters being stolen couple of years ago. Since then, there's been a lot of the programs that got together with, there's, I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact name of it, but they are etching serial numbers on the catalytic converters. And then with, auto manufacturers readjusting some of the computer programming, like Kias were stolen a lot. And so with the reprogram of that, it's also helped also.
Which, when will the next, actually be for catalytic converters? Do you know what's coming out before the summer?
I do not know offhand. I can get a hold of our lieutenant, Casey Slaughter, and get an email out to.
Because I assume there's more likely to have those stuffs in the summer. Well, that's good. That's a good, maybe it's just reason, so.
Is this special task force ongoing or is it for a defined period of time?
So it was originally a 90-day task force. We're in the process of determining whether the numbers are worth pulling the few people off the street. They're not really getting pulled off the street. They're still answering 911 calls, but they're also in their free time. They're not necessarily tied down to those 911 calls. They are actively searching for people, as well as we're bringing in people from other jurisdictions to help out with that as well.
But is that beyond the 90 days or these outside jurisdictions will extend outside this original 90 days?
So we're already past the 90 days.
Right.
They are, as far as I know, the city or our department is looking at our statistics to see if it was worth having those officers off the street. I would say it is. It tends to lean towards that. I don't have the exact date of when they will be continuing that, or if they will be.
It'd be great if that could be something well done for the community. I mean, because it kind of made a big deal about it when it started. I don't think at the time I was under the impression it was short term, although it could have been on media like that, but yeah, I think it's too bad it's short term.
Thanks for being flexible with us, interrupting the questions while bringing up the stats.
No, it's perfectly fine. That was the only stats that I had. And that was the three things on my list that I wanted to discuss.
Did we ever, a few months back, there was some frustration with the DAB about, and I might have been gone at this meeting actually after, we ever had the meeting with the chief? We about a year ago thought we were gonna get a meeting with the chief to go over the five stats, bring stats from the CWSU. And so we still haven't had that meeting. It seems like there's been some miscommunication on what's expected. At the very least, I know this DAB would like to have a meeting with chief, ideal chief to come to one of these DAB meetings. At the very least, the topics that I know have been brought up are the license plate readers as well as the crime stats. It's also that's could be outdated.
I actually, I have that, and I was gonna ask about it tonight, do you mind if I go ahead and share these again?
Yeah, I think,
And remind what it was we were asking for? I was-
Yeah, I don't want to linger, I want to focus more on like trying to make sure they understand the meeting, but please remind us this.
Yeah, so what it was is, and this is statistics directly from the Wichita Police Department. And what I'm showing is the analysis. It's an analysis of citation data analysis and over two different periods, right? And one was a study that the police department asked Dr. Berzer at WFU to do this analysis of their citation data. And the page, that looks like this is from Dr. Berzer's report. And the dates of his data were were 2019 and 2020. And so what you see here is the relative risk index and that is kind of explained on the second sheet. But that people of color, particularly in Dr. Berger's report, Black citizens are stopped at a much higher percentage than white citizens, out of proportion to the representation within the community, right? And then the other study was done with the police department, the Citizens Review Board. This data is right here, right? Same thing, this reporting period was April 2021 through December 2022. And so the big ask is what's being done to close this discrepancy, right? And I asked for it like a year ago. The Citizens Review Board asked for it over a year ago. And it's kind of a big deal to this community. And so that's what's bringing it up again tonight. And you just happen to be here, lucky you.
I was told when you walked in that you were gonna ask about this. So,
Oh, really?
so,
It's a mind reader, because
well, I have an inside mall camera.
oh, okay, yeah, because that's copies, okay.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that would be the chief's decision on when to discuss that.
Yeah.
Or what to discuss. I did write it down, so I will send an email through the email system, so.
And I would say if it looks like she's not going to be able to schedule to come to the steps very soon, it would be good to bring someone else or a few folks in the department come to discuss on an agenda where maybe we have less zoning cases, some of these issues where we're doing what we want to do in the future and have more public feedback on it as well. Yeah, so that'd be good. It varies.
Okay.
I'm saying, but if a representative comes, we want them to be prepared to answer the questions, because other than these topics, there's no plan.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the chief, he'll come out and just talk anyway, like it's approachable, but we have these specific topics that we want to discuss.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Tex, I have a question. It's Joseph Shepard. I'm on Zoom. I'm curious if the representative of the Wichita Police Department can speak to the homelessness encampment ordinance. I'd be curious what data you have on that ordinance since it's gone into effect, particularly how many interactions have you had with those who are unhoused, and what has the success rate been in getting those folks from off the streets into shelter?
I mean, with that, again, I'll have to cut some off for actual statistics. Just because I have not dealt with a whole lot of homelessness, even since the camping ordinance has been revised by council. That would be something our homeless outreach team would have more specific statistics on.
Other questions, or comments?
I do have a follow-up question to that, and I appreciate your response. So my understanding to your response, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but Wichita Police Department is keeping track of that data, right? You just don't have it right now, is what I understand.
Yes, I mean, I know we're keeping track of those that are being taken or assisted to the homeless shelter. I know that statistic is there. I would say nearly every kind of case that we work has a statistic. I mean, we are able to get some of those statistics off of that. So if someone writes a case for a general health a general health violation or miscellaneous report towards that, they would be able to show, our crime analyst would be able to get that information and hand out exactly how many of those cases have been assigned or have been written. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for answering that question. I appreciate it.
Are there any members of the public with questions or comments? Yes, sir.
My name is Sergeant Gray, and this is the first time that I've been in one of these meetings. I'm not familiar. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see you, but I can see your face. I hope and pray that this young lady right over here, the second young lady this evening, I hope her answers to everything is sensitive to better than the way that she drives her vehicle. You in the truck, right? You came in the truck. Yes, I understand that. And well and fine, in all due respect. The question for you, sir, is it's easy to talk about certain things, but I keep things in a layman term. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But as one of the police officers used to be to another one is when you're double talking people, the public don't understand what you're saying. They're just, when they send a representative from the police department, which is very important because that protects our community, you should have answers to questions that they asking you. It shouldn't be, oh, I should go back and get it. This young lady said that she has said on several occasions for the chief to come. If the chief doesn't come, he should have a representative who can answer these questions, not just any police officer that's been in the police force for 7 years or 6 years or 2 years. I don't know if you're a rookie or if you advanced to situations, but my home was broken into, and when I turned it into the Wichita Police Department, I gave him 2 weeks, and I called the lieutenant from the burglary section, and he told me that they put it on the back burner because they hadn't found any of my property that was taken, which was some very expensive property. So my point is to you all is we have to be transparent when it's dealing with the community, because see, I don't want to necessarily live right here in this community, but I'm a part of Post 273 American Legion and the Masonic organization, and we do be out there dealing with the public.
Yeah.
Now, how is the public gonna know about these fire alarms, which most homes that around here don't have anyway, or carbon monoxide alarms?
Yeah.
How are they gonna know that you're giving them away?
So I know on the 13th and 14th of this month, we are with Red Cross, that we're canvassing the neighborhood. I believe, I don't have all the details with it. I really don't. I was only asked if I wanted to help on the first.
We need to get the chief out here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. You good.
I just know that for those 2 days, we are canvassing the neighborhood,
Okay,
and that's when we'd be handing out flyers and letting the neighborhood know, hey, on this day, this is the day that we're having people come out to install them in your house as well.
okay, a part to that is, if you're canvassing the neighborhood, wouldn't it be more advantageous to have the alarm to put or install them right then, opposed to doing it twice, canvassing the neighborhood, giving the flyers? A lot of people, honestly speaking, they're not, they don't care nothing about a fire alarm until their house burns up, So wouldn't you think it'd be more advantageous for the fire department to work with the police department to go around to these actual houses in the neighborhoods where they have most fires and things of that nature, to give them out and put them in right then instead of, putting out flyers?
Yeah.
You get the flyers, it's in trash can.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll be back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I know that doesn't work. You know that doesn't work. Also, as a military man, this is where I'm working. This is where the choices are being made.
I got you. I respect you. You good. Just be safe out there.
I mean, I agree with you. I think I've got, the vehicle that I drive, I could probably get 400 smoke detectors in there, and to me, it would be easier to drive around and.
I'll help you if you need.
So. Yeah, put my face in.
Are there any other comments or questions from the public?
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Move to the Wichita Public Library.
Hi, everyone. I'm Parker. You can catch me at the Evergreen branch while Angela's being renovated. We're distributing 2025 tax forms from February the 1st to April the 15th at the Advanced Learning Library in the Evergreen branch at 2601 North Arkansas. These include the 1040 form in English and Spanish and the 1040 SR form and instruction booklets. We're also partnering with AARP and United Way to provide tax assistance. Customers should call in advance to set an appointment at their nearest location. And they have sheets with the locations where they're providing the service at Evergreen. I didn't think to print them out and bring them with me. But come to the Evergreen branch or call into one of our branches and we can tell you where those are. We're working with Dr. Latasha Kelly. She's the owner of Left on Red, Wichita's only Black-owned bookstore, to host a year-long series on Black culture entitled Amplify 365. To kick off the series, Dr. Kelly will present a keynote lecture on fostering meaningful engagement with the Black community by consistently honoring Black experience all year. The keynote will be at the Advanced Learning Library on February 19th from 6 p.m. And more information can be found at wichitalibrary.org/events. On the first, the parent-child workshop began. Parents and caregivers with children between the ages 1 and 3 can register to attend a weekly play session from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. on Saturdays throughout February at the Advanced Learning Library. Visit wichitalibrary.org/events or call 316-261-8516 to register. Our family pajama story time program has been moved to the Evergreen branch. It will be at the same time from 6:30 to 7 p.m. And we'll have lots of other programs for little children. Check us out on our youth page. We're partnering with K-State Research and Extension for our Heart Healthy series programs focused on cardiovascular fitness. These will be at the Advanced Learning Library and the Walters branch. More information is online. We'll have the Academy Award Shorts programs at the Advanced Learning Library and the Evergreen branch. And finally, we'll be closed on Monday the 17th in observance of President's Day. Did you have any questions?
I got a question. So on this help with the income tax prep, is there an income limit on that?
There isn't an income limit. It is meant for seniors.
Oh, okay.
I think that anyone can get assistance, but it is meant for seniors. And I should point out that slots are filling up fast. Any other questions? Yes.
When are those academy awards? The Oscar.
I wish I would have written down the dates for you. They will be on our events calendar, our full calendar under the events page at our website. Yes.
Yeah, I heard you say that you were involved with a lot of partnership with a lot of these different organizations and entities. What about the Oratoric Society? Do you know anything about that?
Society now.
Okay, that's the scholarship that are given to young Black kids going to high school and junior high school for scholarship for college. You never heard of it?
Never.
Oh, Father.
The Oratory Society?
Yes.
I'll look it up.
Okay.
If you're still here after, please exchange info, so.
I would definitely do that.
I can give you my card.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Yeah, you have anyone online? And just a reminder, your library card gives you access to multimedia content too, podcasts, streaming services as well. I just realized that the other day. So,
Yeah, we have a-
Well, creating that even myself, so I'm bringing it up here, and it's more than just a book, we have a whole world that is, there's a digital world they finished.
we have audiobooks, ebooks, e-magazines, and we have the Canopy app. You can access all sorts of adult and kids programs.
Good questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore,
I'll give you my card.
we have a written card.
I think there should be a written form in there. No, right.
Someone had it. This is Edward Government Class Registration, Open Play Pickleball. Let's see what network. Well, soccer play coming up. Oops. And Carl Brewer, we have construction ongoing, Carl Brewer, the recreation supervisor position was out, several candidates. Interviews for that position will be. Michael program, will develop leadership skills and support the career opportunities. Speak to the story. Very back, speaking well, it's a register, and there are fun events every month that kids enjoy. The next event is Medieval Times at the Recreation Center on Saturday, March 8th. More information, wichita.gov/city improvement. Without objection, will be receiving all staff reports. I'm going to move to board and check that. Let's, without objection, go ahead and start with the, some important council members. We have now.
I'll try to make my updates quick. For those who may not know me, I'm Brandon Johnson, serve as the council member for District 1. I do have updates in the back, so I'll just highlight some of those. We do have the vice mayor. We did sound Vice Mayor Ballard is now Councilmember Ballard again. JB Johnson from District 5 is our new vice mayor. We rotate that every year. In the order of succession that we approve right after selecting a new vice mayor. The council does that. Dates wise, make sure you write down March 18th, 2025. That is our first evening meeting of the council at 6 p.m. That will be at City Hall. I worked last year to try to make that a one item meeting, so we don't stay past midnight. It's not fair to our staff, so there's an item of high importance or relevancy to the community. That'll probably be the meeting that we talk about it, so everyone can be there. Those will be again, March 18th, 6 p.m. That is about a week after we all get back from DC. We'll all be in DC next month for a few days for the National League of Cities Conference. We go to that every year. It's been really beneficial for the city and all the work that we actually do in DC. Highlighting some of the things that made the news. We are led by Vice Mayor Johnson. We are taking steps to potentially legalize golf cart usage on residential streets. There was some confusion around that. Many people drive those on streets now. It's not legal, it's illegal per state statute until the city creates an ordinance that actually legalizes it. So we have taken one step. That ordinance was approved on the first reading. It has now the second reading before it's legal. So if you're driving a golf cart on a residential street right now, it's still illegal until that second reading happens. Council members had different opinions on some changes in there as well as community members. So council is working with a group right now to try to figure out what that second reading will be like, and then we'll talk about that. Once it's approved on the first and second reading, then further ordinance you'll be able to use it on certain streets as outlined in the ordinance. But right now, it's still illegal, just so you know. To Joseph's question earlier, our homeless encampment ordinance is in place now. It was in place as of January 13th. If you missed our District 1 breakfast in January, Director Wadle was our guest. He is full of knowledge. It's a lot of great information there. It does live online, so if you missed it, you can always go back and watch the breakfast. I encourage you to do so for specific zoning cases like tonight, where we have 6. We are at the DAB here. Our breakfast on Saturday was really good. Ms. Kansas was in attendance, as well as a presentation from USD 259 on their upcoming bond issue. And Dr. Emery with our Wichita Area Restoration Program. So if you know folks who have a suspended driver's license, we're actually trying to help folks get back into being able to drive, and that program is what does it. That program's been in operation for a couple of years. But again, if you know somebody who has a suspended driver's license, please refer them to work, and we can try to get them back driving again legally. The MAC, our multi-agency center, is not open. The emergency shelter is open. The MAC is everything coming together with all of our partners. So same location, but it's just an emergency shelter right now. Some things to note, we have some great weather right now. On some of the coldest days, they were above capacity. So capacity is 266. I went and did a tour on MLK Day, and they were over 300. They don't turn people away. So if you know folks who want to volunteer and help out, they could use it. If you want to donate food, please make sure it's not expired. They did receive a lot of expired food and drinks. Just because people are unhoused does not mean that they should get expired food. So please check those dates if you want to make those contributions. The Brewer Center, if you haven't been by McAdams, you should go by. It's going vertical. You can see how big it's going to be.
The framework is going up, so really excited about that. A few issues we're still working on this year. You hear me talking about quality housing a lot. Parking took up all of the fourth quarter of last year and we didn't get to the housing like I wanted to. But we'll probably start looking at that in March and April of this year. And that will be a year-long talk. We've got a lot of things we want to do around quality housing, making sure people have a decent place to stay and they don't have to live in black mold and bed bugs and some of the stuff that you may have seen myself and Councilmember Hoheisel walk through it on the news. But that will be a talk. We'll also be talking about how we can incentivize more affordable housing, give some different options to give people more options. We're so short in housing right now. It's a real struggle. Transit, those conversations are happening. I still support second shift. That does not look like it will happen for the remainder of my term, but we might see transit be able to go later, which still achieved a lot of what I wanted to. So pay attention to those conversations and please give feedback on thoughts. As we come into budget season, each hour that we go later has a budget number to it. So where we see support, we might make some adjustments and extend transit service. Other than that, I did have some myths. I continue to see this being said online. We did not pay $1 million for one piece of art at the water treatment plant. The budget was 1.2 million for $570+ million water treatment plant. So we did not pay 1 million for the one piece that they showed. There's actually 3 pieces out there. And one of them is actually 2 of them are interactive. And all 3 pieces was 1.2 million. And then there were some questions and concerns over the officers that went to the inauguration. Most of the concern I heard was based on who the new president was going to be. Just want to let people know we send officers every 4 years. It doesn't matter who wins. So whatever party's in the White House will send some officers. They get the opportunity of a lifetime to be at an inauguration. And they also learn about large scale events and get some of that type of training from all of those departments, the Secret Service and all of that. So it's a real benefit for Wichita and it's an honor for the officers to go. And again, it doesn't matter who wins. And then lastly, 29th and Grove. Since I've typed this, we've actually made a few steps, but the city of Wichita approved this $125,000 contribution towards the $1 million match from the state. Sedgwick County will be doing that on Wednesday for their final 125. And the MOA was signed. So some of the confusion around that was that some people thought we had to have the full $1 million to access the $2.5 million from the state. It's not true. Once the MOA was signed, $1.5 million was already transferred to the county. So we already have that. And then we're working towards that $1 million match. So after the county votes, we'll have $250,000 of the $1 million that's needed. And since then, we also have been successful at getting another much larger contribution, which we'll talk about in the coming days. So we're really close already to the $1 million match for that. And that will be some announcements to go out here pretty soon. But we'll let the community know kind of the overarching goals and plans. And then we're going to engage directly into the communities and neighborhoods going forward with that as it is enacted. One of the things that continues to get missed is the water's still contaminated and so is the soil. And until we get those devices into the ground to start cleaning that groundwater, it's going to stay that way. So we are working really hard to make sure all of those devices are in the ground this year. It's going to be a 10-year cleanup window on that once that gets going. So the goal is this year. That's what I've been pressing for internally. So we'll have a solution on screening and testing, and then we'll get those machines in the ground in 2025. I think that's it.
There was still it's funding, this information around funding, access to funding,
No, for our plan, the state deadline is June 30th for us to come up with $1 million, or it will be returned. We'll have it. We're pretty close right now, so I think we will be good.
Questions, comments from Dad, for the councilman?
I've got some. So I go to city council meetings and a lot of times things, big projects are over budget. And the council is asked to spend money for things that go over budget. And I understand that some of this was older stuff and older projects, but is there any chance that the Bleckley flooding big project is all that tightened up enough so that years down the road, or they'll come back and say, oh, we didn't budget enough, or prices are higher? Is that
Yeah.
tightened up?
That all depends on the environment. So right now we have, so there's a 30-day hold on it, but we have potential tariffs that could raise prices immediately. We have had inflation, which raised the prices of all of our projects for a couple of years. So some of that stuff they try to budget for, but some things you never expect, like 25% tariffs. I don't think anybody saw that. So that type of thing will cause us to go over budget. Things other than that, sometimes they'll find out something was not as they thought it was in the ground. But we've even seen, there's a story, it's not funny, but funny, that under Union Station, there was an entire train car buried. And they did not know that until they dug down there. So sometimes surprises happen and we might have to go over budget. Costs may shift on certain supplies, it just depends.
I just always contend that you can do fixed price contracts to where you're not hit with, you know, things in the future, but thank you for that answer. And let's see, I have a question. So I understand the Crown Theater thing went back to MAPC. And then will MAPC, their recommendation come back from that, or is that completely out of that?
That is out.
Oh, okay. All right, and I think this will be my final question for you. I understand that there's an ordinance, that there's some percentage, a small percentage of something that's spent on art, the percentage of the entire city budget, or what is?
2% for the arts.
Of
That's
the
the CIP
entire,
budget.
of the entire
CIP.
CIP. What, I guess I don't know what makes up the CIP budget. Is that an annual budget?
CIP is a 10-year plan, but it's adjusted annually.
So things like police department salaries and stuff like that aren't part of it.
You know, CIP is infrastructure, so
Okay.
buildings, roads, all that kind of stuff.
Right?
Isn't it usually a project with a dollar threshold at a certain level? For CFPs?
So the 2% for the arts is 2% of the actual CIP budget that goes towards the beautification of above ground infrastructure. And the project gets a certain percentage, I think it's well, it's up to 2%. So the design council gets to kind of decide where those funds go per project. So some projects get a little more funding, some projects get a little less. And Crown Uptown will be a city council tomorrow.
Just consider email this to the council, who's on that zoning case. And so, yeah, members of the public, the way these zoning cases work is they're going by the MHEC and the data, unless there's a certain protest or it's pulled from the consent agenda. Usually it's the DAB and the MAPC is your opportunity to speak publicly to it. However, I don't want you to feel disheartened, especially if you learn new information as you get closer to the council date. You are more than welcome to message your council members with that additional information, even referencing the remarks from the DAB or the MAPC as they receive those. Sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to say that, so in case folks are here and we don't.
And send it to all of us, not just one of us.
Yeah, I have a question. Is there any way you can speed up testing on some of that soil that you're talking about?
The testing is for the people. So Union Pacific has been working with Arcadis to test the soil and air in the neighborhood. There were certain areas they went into, homeowners would have to sign a waiver to allow them to do both the soil and indoor testing. Because if they find any of the vapors in the soil, they're going to go into your house and drill into the basement and dig down and make sure it's not coming into your house. I don't know if they're done with that, but they did do quite a few homes. And they have all of that data. I haven't had an update report from them this year. But the last report I got from them, they didn't have any significant findings.
It seems like this is dragging on a little bit too long for the people to know what's happening.
Yeah, so in the indoor piece was kind of scheduling that with them. The actual testing of the people though, we had some issues on interpretations of language that was approved. And we had to get an understanding that we could move forward with ours. The problem with the way that some people interpreted it, we had already tried that and it didn't work. And we tried to be very upfront about that and let them know. And it didn't work the way the clinics do the testing. For example, $400,000 have been set aside to help with this, only $32,000 was spent because of how difficult it was to kind of go through that process. So it took a while, but we finally got a plan that we believe will work and to be sustainable. We won't have to beg the legislature for money every year. And you will be hearing about that this month. We'll be rolling forward with it. We're moving pretty quickly now.
Are there any other questions or comments in council group? Without the public is now going to speak about the crown. Direct me to.
No, we don't.
Council.
We're not, we didn't have one.
It's not on the
It's not on the
agenda.
agenda, so yeah, you're more than welcome. to-
Okay, I wanted to say it was 3 months ago that we were here for 6 hours or something that night. I really appreciate, especially Katie, taking the motion to deny. I went to the MAPC meeting, I was shocked. We had quite a few of the MAPC members that voted to deny as well. But they still, as I said that night, I don't think they would want a 2,000 person event next door to them. So I appreciate it as a member from the Hillcrest, that lives next door. And I'm imploring our councilman to please vote tomorrow to deny. I've written to everybody, I've heard from two, from Michael and from Dalton. But I really am asking Brandon to think about this. This group was very vocal. Someone, I don't remember if it was Meredith or Twilight said, did you do your due diligence? It was very, very telling. Very telling that. And he did the same thing at the MAPC. And again, he mentioned off the cuff about tearing it down. We know we can't. Because we've searched through the city website, you can see his mortgage, and the mortgage says with the bank in Oklahoma, you cannot touch it, you cannot do anything. So I'm asking you, Brent, I mean, right here now, to please deny it tomorrow. It's a super majority because of what this group did. And I appreciate all of you for doing that. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for voicing that, and also contacting each of the council members. Yes, sir.
Yes, I was, like I said, I'm just coming here from Atlanta, Georgia, recently, and I'm just kind of getting my feet on the ground as far as getting into different programs and finding out what's going on with Wichita, Kansas. I grew up here, but I left and went to the military and didn't come back into 2019. Nonetheless, to make my point clear is that I heard you say, Councilman, with all due respect, you're the man, that there's percentages going to certain programs and things of that nature. I was at the meeting last Tuesday when the mayor and all of you all were there. And I keyed in on one thing that you all said about transparency and accountability. It's very important that when we say a percentage of this money is going over here, that it goes there. And we can't, the public is kind of, they lost in the sense of knowing where and how much is going there because they don't see the change. So I'm asking you as an individual to another individual that we keep it transparent and we do account and be responsible for where the money is allocated. Thank you.
So I agree. So I'll be just more specific. So if you take our CIP, and I don't have that number in front of me, so we'll just talk round numbers. Let's say that the CIP is $200 million. 2% of that goes to art. And it has to, like that's what it's going to. Part of the media stuff we've seen, so for folks who were upset about the $1.2 million budget at the water treatment plant, not everybody paid attention to that in 2019 when we passed it. I actually led to push for the 2%. So that means you're gonna see more investment in art throughout the city on anything vertical. So fire stations, police stations, and all of that. Right. That money is going to it. Now, the design council can add to a budget if it's something that's significant. So if you look at, I don't think they did it for the Brewer Center, I'd have to go back, but the Brewer Center honoring our first elected African-American mayor, being the flagship community center in the city, might qualify for additional dollars. So they would have got their 2%, and then design council has some funds they can add to it. That's really it. Everything about that is transparent. The design council meetings are open to the public. All the budget documents are there, and all the budget documents for the Brewer Center are there as well. In fact, tomorrow, we're, voting on one of those, change orders for the Brewer Center because the cost of, I think it was something electrical was a little bit more and they had to shift some money around in that. All of that is always lined out in every document, so you can see it and account for every penny there.
I'm saying, I'll be there tomorrow. I'm on your agenda.
See you there. For anyone who may not understand, the gentleman talked to me about a zoning case tomorrow and notice I didn't say anything. So legally, I can't really comment on if I'm for it or against it. I just listen. So if you're wondering why I was quiet and didn't say anything, that was why I just listened to what was said. And anybody who usually sends me an email, I just say thank you for your comment, for or against, and that's kind of it. I never really give what I think. If something's not filed, you might get a little bit more out of me, but since it is filed and we're hearing it tomorrow, I received that and we'll have our discussion at council tomorrow. That's how you're handling it.
Thank you. I walk, speaking of McAdams, from the River Center, I see how big it is. I've seen that. I walk there every day and it's dark. There's no lights. Are all the park lights out because of the construction or have they always been out? Because for the last year, all the lights have been out. And I sent them report in for that out. It was pretty good finally. I thought, oh, I can do that. And it's such a funny review.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know construction is pretty significant and all the underground work there. I can check into that, but I do know when it's done, there will be significantly more lights.
There's no lights in the parking lot or all the way on the one.
Oh, you mean over there? So everything Brewer Center was focused there. I'll ask about the lights throughout the park.
The park, the actual playground is park, where the sidewalk is, on the south side of the Brewery Center is where I walk, because there's a fence up, around the Brewery Center construction, like between the pool and the Brewery Center, and the parking lot on the south of the swimming pool. There's no lights for you.
I'll ask them.
Yeah, I'm just a follow. Right, see, the one is, the update. Okay, good.
Now, we hopefully I'm not doing enough. Thank you. But tomorrow is the last day to register to vote if you want to vote on the USC 259 school bond hearing. The actual date for that is February 25th, but if you're not registered to vote, you change the name, you remove, you need to go and update your voter registration and have it till midnight tomorrow to do that.
I don't have anything to report.
I have a plug. If you have any kids, grandkids, youth that you know that are looking for a job or starting their own business, I work really closely with an organization called Student Startup. If you go online and look at studentstartup.org, you can find our website, and if this is kids who want to start a lawn mowing business, babysitting business, anything like that, we'll help you find customers and people who will help mentor them and teach them how to use their money.
No update.
I just want to give some love to the institution that is Kirby's Bar, which hosted their 25th annual Meat Fest, which for the last decade has been raising money for the Steve Schroeder Foundation for the Arts at WSU. Exclusively for that event, we have no cover fees and charge, it's all in kind contributions and donations for proceeds. And that balance near $100,000. So everyone that supports that and keeps supporting the arts and our local musicians.
The representative of Proud Wichita, I would like to say hello and invite you to our brunch this Saturday. If you haven't heard of us, Proud Wichita is Wichita's LGBT plus chamber of commerce. You can find out more information at proudwichita.org. I'm gonna put, we have a calendar of events. We have things going on all year, including the Pride in the Park coming up in June at Nassau Park. I'll leave this in the back seat. Once to take a picture of it or something. But also, we're starting a new brunch series called Straight Up Brunch. This Saturday, it's going to be at XY Bar and it's catered by the Artichoke. And it's $15 for chamber members, it's $20 for non-members. There is a couple of discounts. Feel free to like bring a friend and get that discount. I also have some information on that I'll leave at the back as well. Our featured speaker is going to be Jill Miller from Creative Solutions Consulting, which is going to be talking about 5 ways to work with purpose. And that's it.
Well, my update is just, I guess the city started off or kicked off the whole budget again to this past Tuesday with a workshop, a city council workshop. And what I've learned so well from Councilmember Johnson is the city council and your local council folks pay attention to what is important to you. So I want to encourage you to attend whenever budgeting is on the city council agenda, participate, share comments. You say it better than I do. Tell them how much their voices mean when it comes to budgeting.
I'll just say your voice means everything. I always highlight, coming to the August budget meeting, the first Thursday in August. The things you talk about, both in the survey and to us, we actually move on. And unfortunately, that's because a lot of people don't. So we've had, there was one year, 11 people came and spoke about some funding for Cowtown. They needed, I think, $100,000. So what happened? They got $100,000. Now I can't tell a joke anymore about street sweeping because now everybody's talking about it. But I used to say, when people would reach out, you're talking to me, but you got to talk to the whole council. I might have had 3 people, now several neighborhoods saying, so I don't think street sweeping will get cut. But the things you actually talk about, it matters. It's not just the chart that you see, but that chart came from the people who chose to fill out the survey. So I think it's every year, every other year, 5,000 surveys go out. If you get one, fill it out because it means a lot. We'll put that up there and we show where things should be funded, where they shouldn't be funded, what's important to you, what's not important to you. And we get that from social media, we get it from the survey, and we get it from the folks who show up. So like Twyla said, it does matter. So if you have something that you think is important, let us know because we are listening.
And the other thing on the budget, they were working on the descriptions of pillars and kind of the different stages of budgeting. But the mayor wanted inserted transparency. And we have a job, I think, as citizens to insist on transparency from our city leadership. I feel like they can do a better job. And so the more voices we have there insisting on transparency, the more likely we'll get greater transparency than what we've had recently. Not recently, but in general.
And just to continue on, I'm a proud parent of Southeast grads. And one of the things when our out of town family come into town, we take them to the Nifty Nut House, the Keeper of the Plains, and we take them to the Kids' High School. It's a phenomenal building and our Wichita kids and our Wichita staff deserve to have excellent working and learning conditions. So February 25th is the vote. I just ask that you truly research the facts and what it means. USD 259 is one of the largest districts in the tri-state area, and it takes a lot. And they have a great plan. I trust the people making the decisions, and I just ask that you research it and have a plan to vote February 25th.
Joseph?
Yeah, I want to double down on what Natalie just said. Everyone should be making a plan to vote. One to everything Natalie said. I also want to say happy Black History Month. It is really important that we recognize that with all of the conversations happening at a national level. Black History Month is every single day. It is all around us, and it is specifically all around us in Wichita. And in the city of Wichita, we should be really proud to have a lot of national recognition for the Black history that we've made. So a couple of things. You can always visit your Kansas African American Museum. It's located at the historic Calvary Baptist Church at 601 North Water Street. There's some really cool information that is there about the Black history in the city of Wichita. And if you didn't know, we're in the middle of the capital campaign, getting ready to relocate to downtown to ensure that that history is more visible. So I want to encourage you all, if you've not become a member yet, to become a member. But even if you don't want to become a member, go in, see the history, learn the history. The second thing is the Exploration Place, in collaboration with the Kansas African American Museum, is hosting an outdoor exhibit. You can literally drive by every night in February. There are portraits of African American scientists and STEM leaders. That's science, technology, engineering, and math, because yes, Black people are involved in that too. You can learn more about those leaders, and you can learn more about the great work that is being done by Wichitans and by Kansans to move us forward in that direction. The last thing I would say is, if you're like, like traditional art is not necessarily for me, but I really love music or spoken word or poetry. On February 22nd, Ponder This is hosting Journey Through Black History. It's going to be an afternoon of art and music. It's going to include local poets, musicians, and some introductions to some really cool artists. So please get out and support. Again, Black History is every single day, but specifically right now, I really hope that you all can get out and immerse yourself in becoming more educated, or just even simply spreading the word, because we all have a lineage and we should all be proud of that lineage. And we are all stronger and better when we uplift that lineage. That's all the updates I had.
Thank you, Joseph. The other DAB members online with updates?
We have no scheduled items. For all agenda items, is there anyone here who's here to speak about anything not brought up yet, and that would not be going to these conditional use or something? And then what says 9 council updates announcements? I think in future agendas, I was going off of that on 6. I think in future agendas, let's keep it on 6, because then that gives opportunities to someone who's really interact with the council member, we spoke earlier before any city staff. Scheduled reports that would happen. So yeah, we stay ahead and move on to 9 and into the new business. Additional. It's on 2024-00273. How this will work is staff will come up and provide a brief overview of the case, what's being asked, what are the staff recommendations. At that point, typically that will ask you clarifying questions, lay the groundwork, and then we will hear from the agent applicant for the case. Questions, clarify.
You following this?
At that point, we will then take it to the public. In case you are allowed to cut you off, but please, with multiple cases tonight, let's be very respectful of each other's time. It's the most important thing, especially if you agree with something that was already been said, is to tell us what additional input or stats or something, other insights. So instead of recapping everything, previous study, you just and say, and this point in particular because of this, because that's going to help us out, because this dad is very proactive and trying to get the fullest picture, being open to various perspectives as well as optimize. After the public has had their chance to speak, please know once it goes back to the dad for discussion, there unless there's some weird situation, there will rarely ever be any additional public input on this issue. The dad will take on this issue with the dad. The dad will take up debate, vote on it at this time. I'll be very clear when we go into public comment. Feel free to give commentary, feel free to ask questions. If enough questions are asked, as we generally do, we'll have the agent applicant come back up. But if we see a pattern of something they need to answer. Please don't direct anything. We ask to be respectful and try not to direct your comments to the agent applicant.
Scott Weaver from the planning department. Thanks for having me here tonight. So what I like to do with these applications is give you first an overview about where it is, and then go to graphics at the end, go through those, and get some context, and go back to the staff report. Does that sound good? Okay. So this first one is a conditional use in order to allow tavern and drinking establishment is located at the northwest corner of Hydraulic and Waterman. And so if we go ahead and let's go down to the first map that we run into, first graphic. So here's the site plan that was submitted. I believe it was an old gas station, and at some point I think it was used for an auto dealership. It has recently been renovated quite extensively, and now they're coming and asking for the conditional use. Let's go to the next graphic. Here's the aerial. So you can see where the building is situated there on a portion of the site. Let's go to the next graphic. Here's a zoning map. Zoning in the area, that blue color, the aqua color, is Central Business District. The pink color is well, that's more purple on there, but it's GC, General Commercial, and then that B is multifamily. So that's B multifamily, one of the most intensive multifamily zoning we have. Next graphic, please. So this is from the comprehensive plan. It's a guide for what future usage should be in an area. It generally reflects in most areas what's already there. So it recommends commercial in this location. Next page, please. So these are photos from the site. There you can see the building site showing the structure with the pointed top, looking across the street for this large kind of residential building. I think it's used as an office. And then there's residences that are across the street. Okay, next one. Again, looking at the subject site, and then this is looking further down the block. So let's go back to the staff report and we'll cruise through that real quick. Okay, let's go to the next page. So in the background, they're asking for a conditional use. They have to ask for the conditional use for the zoning code because they're within 300 feet of a residential zone property. That's why you're seeking conditional use. We show that they've got a site plan that was submitted. So that they've got a coffee bar on the site is an intended use as well. They've got an outdoor patio and parking lot, which you saw. Okay, and they would also have a drive-through. And in the staff report, there's an explanation about how lights from the drive-through would face west or south towards commercially zoned properties. Site plan shows a number of parking spaces, so they meet the requirements that are needed. Also talks about the property being zoned central business district and the character of the neighborhood. So to the north is zoned central business district and is a car dealership. To the south is GC General Commercial, and it is a retail/office building. To the east is GC, and that is spelled as multifamily. That's some of those older apartments that you had seen in the photos. And then to the west is Central Business District, and it's retail. They've got all the public services there, including sidewalks. Awesome. And we find that it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan, including the locational guidelines and in conformance with the places for people plan. So staff recommendation is for approval, subject to some standard conditions. Those are listed on page 3 of the staff report. Staff report also includes review of the golden factors, which come from the court case where golden was involved, not necessarily the golden rules. And so with that, I'll just let you know that this was an earlier case. This was deferred from your earlier, from the January meeting that didn't happen. And so because of that, I can give you the update that the planning committee has recommended approval per the staff recommendation. So all those same conditions, and there were no protests submitted.
Any
So-
votes on the plan?
I do not have the specific vote count on that. I believe it was unanimous, though.
My questions from the afterwards.
Yeah, I have some. So this existing outdoor patio, what are the requirements when it comes to sound system and TV? Because I know that's been a concern for neighbors in the past. And then there's a bus stop right in front of that, right? So, I guess I've taken into consideration that bus stop there, and it's not gonna impede like the, drive-through.
Okay, so would the operation of this property impede in any way the use of the transit stop nearby?
Yeah, or, are people gonna get stuck and not be able to get out or get out of the drive-through and back up traffic because the bus is stopped there? I mean, I just wanted to make sure that you guys have thought through that. And then to the west, yeah, it says it's retail.
Yeah.
It didn't look open, and then, like the signage on the window said activity lounge, so I don't really know what that is. Is it really retail or is it?
That is how it's classified in the staff report, so I'm not, I'm pinch-hitting for someone else, so I don't. I will defer to the applicant, how's that, because they're probably more familiar with that area. Okay, so in terms of the transit use, the driveway, the entrances and exits are the same going on the hydraulic. I do not know if the one on the Waterman is new, so I'm gonna defer to the applicant as well, to provide some history on that one. But in terms of where the transit stops are located, where is it? Which street are you, where is the transit?
I think
stop?
it was on Waterman,
Okay,
right?
So-
In front of the building, I mean, I found it because that's.
so if it's located on Waterman, here's what my assumption is, and I'll again defer to the applicant to answer this one, but looking at where the site plan, arrow points, the cars will be exiting on the lot. So if you've got a bus or something that stops, even if you have a queue of cars that back up, they're gonna go into the parking lot as opposed to being out on the street. So, so we covered that. And we covered the earlier one, I heard the applicant on use next door.
But the sound system.
Sound
TV,
system.
Noise, et cetera.
Yes, no, so there are no specific requirements added as conditions as part of this one. They would still have to comply with noise requirements from the noise ordinance for the city of Wichita. And they still have to comply, there is a requirement in the zoning code, a general requirement that applies about level of noise that residential areas can be subject to from their uses. I don't know offhand what that is, I'd have to look it up.
And limited hours for evening noise, right?
We do not have anything specific that mentions that as a condition. So they would just have to adhere to noise levels. I don't believe that there's any limitations on the hours.
Questions? Any members of the public, yes, sir? Oh, sorry, I went out of order. Dave's now.
Well, if I could, I do want to clarify one more thing. This is for tavern and drinking establishment. This is not for nightclub. This is not for entertainment establishment. So they are allowed to provide drinking alcohol sales can be over 50% of their sales. Because otherwise, if it was less than that, they could qualify as a restaurant.
Right.
But the thing is that they do not, unless they get another conditional use for entertainment establishment, they cannot have the outdoor entertainment, the bands, the loudspeakers, all of that. So think of this as a bar operation as opposed to a place that would allow karaoke or a band or some form of entertainment.
Or even a TV for people to watch games.
Well, they would be allowed to have,
Because it is residential directly across the street. right?
it is, that's how it's used. It's not zoned that way, but it is used that way.
Did the applicant, Asian applicant, have any intention in the future, were they aware of this life user designation? Or is this more that they're gonna have to come back now, maybe you can read it?
I'll defer to them.
That's good. Well, let's go ahead and give it to him now.
What there?
Yeah, whatever you're most comfortable with.
So for your question on the bus stop, the bus is pretty much right up to hydraulic and water. Oh, Brian Cunningham, the agent over there. The bus stops at hydraulic and Waterland. Actually, when we developed this, we got rid of the driveway to actually assist with the bus stop. We had the curb cut right on Waterman for next to hydraulic. We got rid of that one, actually, for like a safety reason for the buses. Our main entrance are on hydraulic, we have an entrance and an exit on hydraulic. We do have a drive-through for coffee service in the morning, and then that's gonna stop early afternoon. But the people go to the drive-through can exit out right on the Waterman or left, but the bus is a pretty good ways away from.
Okay.
And I've been down there for years, in that neighborhood. I own the building across the street to the north. I mean, to the south, on their side of Waterman, that's all kind of office right now and a warehouse. Next to us is A1 Saw. You wanna talk about noise, A1 Saw, they're testing lawnmowers and chainsaws all day long, so noise really isn't gonna be a problem on our end. We, will not have music on the patio, you know, we'll have, we don't have, you know, places for dancing and stuff. Our concept is coffee and then moving into cocktails, smaller, small flavor food. So go ahead.
If I may, so I've got the answer for it in terms of music and speakers. We ran into this with an Italian restaurant in District Two. As long as they're playing ambient music, which is just mellow music, it's not a nuisance or audible for area residents nearby, they're allowed to do that. However, if it becomes like it's someone actually playing a song that someone can recognize, it becomes a nuisance, we start receiving phone calls about this, then it qualifies as entertainment, and that's when it becomes an enforcement issue. So there's a slight distinction there, and I know it's a little bit of a gray area, but at the same time, restaurants are allowed to have ambient music outdoors, but they should not be to the point where it's a nuisance or an issue, because then that becomes an entertainment issue that would require conditional use. And I can tell you that from experience, because we had a restaurant that was having that happen, and they had to shut down the music because they didn't want to go for the conditions.
TV games from people being.
We're not a sports bar. Yeah. So,
But the same thing would apply to most.
yeah.
Anything else about the vision, time?
You know, honestly, we started this back kind of right before COVID and, passion project, love the architecture of the building, love the neighborhood. It's like I put stuff to the south side of the street that we completely remodeled and put a lot of love and money in. We've done a lot of work on Ellis Street. We have like Camp Creek vented as a bars. And we're close home neighbors, you know, Tiffany Farhall with Farhall Design. I meet regularly with her. Our neighbors to the west, our neighbors to the north, Central Standard Brewery, very, very good friends with those guys. Work with the police in the neighborhood, you know, I see and stop them in the street and kind of keep them up to date what I've seen and whatever. So love the relationship we have, and we're so excited to get open. We decided to, you know, pick this back up, extend our permit, made some changes and pivoted due to COVID because it has changed the industry a lot. So we're excited to get it open and onward to our neighborhood. You know, we're a strong neighborhood partner. And so anyway, if you have any questions, please reach out.
Thank you for being here. Well, if there are any questions for the public, they haven't come back up, but that should be probably it. So anyway, any members of the public have questions or any comment on this? Yes, sir.
You're gonna get sick of seeing me. But I appreciate Ms. Purdy. I can't see no names. I promise you, my eyes are bad without my glasses. But my point is I hear a lot of deferment in statements and delegation in statements, opposed to having a direct answer in regards to specifics. Now, you said ambient music. Okay, you, as a planning commission, give them the license or give them that okay on the green light on the property. But then when they get the license to do such, then the ambient music goes away and then they go to another level. Only thing they get, they already approved now, they haven't. So the only thing they have to do is, only thing that law enforcement can do is give them a fine on it. But they still have that license now and they have that property, correct?
You want me to address that? Yeah, you can. All right. So when it comes to enforcement, there's one thing that you need to know right off the bat is that since they're applying for a conditional use, if they're found to be in violation and they don't address it and correct it, the conditional use can be taken away.
Okay.
So they can lose the ability to do what they're asking for.
Thank you.
I think one other thing though, is you brought up the deferral thing, so
it wouldn't be appropriate for Scott to speak on behalf of the applicant. So when he said he's deferring to the applicant is the one that applied and has the vision and is doing the work. Scott's reading the documents that were submitted.
I understand.
So that's.
They're the one that eventually are the ones that approve it, correct?
So approval comes to city council.
Okay.
District advisory board have a vote tonight and they advise the council member. So they'll either approve it or not. I'll listen to the discussion. I'll be able to read the minutes from MAPC, but the city council has the ultimate yes or no.
But Mr. Councilman, if that's your friend and you have faith and confidence in his decision-making process, and he throws it at you, you don't even have to read it. You're gonna just put yes, correct?
No.
Okay, okay. I heard that before. Okay.
Well,
I got you.
this. I've been on
Got you.
council for 7 years. This is number 8. I'm back already.
I got you.
And I would also add, you're gonna see this tonight, where the staff recommendation is not necessarily at the gavel and the image you go with it. We provide the first recommendation out of the gate. There's always new information that comes along. There's different perspectives, different opinions. I respect this process a lot because it gets a lot of different perspectives that are brought into this.
I understand fully, and I go back to say again, in all due respect, is that transparency to the whole situation. A lot of things we can see and then a lot of things we can't see.
I understand that there's 40 people here who are listening to this discussion and have an opportunity to chime in. And there's a staff report, there's DAB meeting, the planning commission meeting, there's information available online. So to try and make this process as transparent as possible, but it's still complicated because each case is unique and the regulations are, there can be nuances in the regulations. So we do the best we can to explain it in a concise amount of time and address the questions that come up in more details.
Like what's unique is most cities will just have the planning commission or planning board. The fact that Wichita does have citizen advisory boards provides that additional level of input. That often is, and not to take anything away from the MAPC, that often is very considerate of citizen input, neighborhood input. So we are obviously making our determination off the same golden rules as the planning commission. But having that second meeting is another opportunity with transparency to have additional feedback, a different perspective. That Councilmember Johnson made at the time, as he usually would, not mention where he's leading on a position because he's still getting information.
Correct.
Seeing how we're voting. And then ultimately, he's not deferring, he's just waiting to get all the information and then we'll have that vote at city council. So, thank you. Any other questions for the page applicant or comments, questions on stuff?
This establishment part of the chain versus the city.
No, this is a boutique locally owned.
I'm familiar with the area and I do have this building. Always excited to infill, upgrade existing structures in ways that can fit neighborhoods that are in. I also have a friend that like lives in the house on the other side of the building. And I don't know. I like it. As someone who lives in that area, I feel like if you were in the it'd be a net positive for the neighborhood.
I will make the motion to approve. And it's that second. Second. All in favor of the motion to approve staff recommendation, say aye or positive sign.
Aye.
Just a quick clarifying question, that was approved with the staff recommended conditions, right?
Yes. So is there anyone opposed? Say positive sign, you're opposed right now. Clarify that it's unanimous. That's a unanimous in favor of staff recommendations.
So this is, the very similar case. So conditional use, the tavern and drinking establishment. This one is also triggered by residential, zoning within 300 feet. So here's the location, it's near Oliver and P96, just to the north and east of that. It's going to go to the first map or graphic that shows up. This one is, the property is zoned limited industrial. And this is a site, a future development site is what they're proposing here. This is in the area of the hotel and restaurant that are up there. And let's go to the, there, oh yes, to the aerial, sorry, can we go back to that one? So there you can see the development. Let's go to the next one. This is the zoning map. The property that's in white across the street, it's undeveloped. We can go back to the aerial and then, so you can see that it's in agricultural use and in woodlands. Let's go ahead and go back to the zoning map. So that's what's zoned residential. And the rest, the purple color is that industrial zoning. Next slide. This is from the comp plan. It shows it's recommended for employment and residential in the future. Next slide. So here is the subject site and the surrounding area. Next, let's go to the next page. That's all.
That's it.
Okay, great. Let's go back to the staff report. We'll go through that. Okay, so, okay, should be background. There we go. Okay, so background, again, this is the tavern and drinking establishment. Talks about uses in the area, the hotel in the area, the need for the conditional use because of the 300 feet within the residential zone property. There are supplementary use regulations that would apply. Interesting, I want to double check. Skip that. No, let's say that again. So there, within the zoning code, there are certain conditions that apply to certain types of applications automatically. That's what the supplementary use regulations are. There's a listing of those on page 2 in your staff report. It does talk about the noise level, so it's listed there. Talks about screening, lighting, parking spaces, and any outdoor uses. In terms of adjacent uses, to the north is zone LI, that's for the hotel and restaurant are developed. To the south is LI, limited industrial. That's where gas station, convenience store are. To the west is the SF5 property we talked about earlier. To the east is LI, which is an indoor and developed as an indoor recreation facility. Public services, most public services are available in the area. Which range is not in the area, does not serve the area. With the conformance plans, we find it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Including the land use compatibility guidelines. So staff recommend approval, subject to standard conditions, which are on page 3. And there's review of the golden factors as well. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Yeah, I drove by there today. So I drove by the address, 4858 East 35th Street.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem.
Can we go to the area?
I mean, it's already built then, right?
I believe
Because
that
what I'm
that
not
is
seeing
correct.
on here is the gas station kind of across the street, Caddy Corner.
Yeah, one to the south.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like what you have highlighted is the gas station.
No, here's the gas station right here.
Oh, I see.
Here's the gas station. This is the subject site that we're talking about. So this is the building.
Okay.
Unless, you
And
know,
it's already built, right?
I believe that's what's going on, but I'll defer to the applicant, yes.
Okay. Something on paddles.
I think that's in the area, but that's not that building.
Yeah.
You're thinking in the right area, but it's a different building.
Okay. Well, I don't know. What address could you?
Any other questions for staff before we go to these?
Park Milano agent. It's strips are inside, it's to be water.
I just wanted to share that I really appreciate your comment about the distinction for the ambient sound, because I thought, what a shame if you've got a little neighborhood place to get a drink and you couldn't have an acoustic guitar. So it sounds like that would be fine. Indoors especially. Yeah, it's, well, it's, no, it's not amplified, acoustic. So that shouldn't be a problem, as I understand from what you said.
Yeah, so there are nuances to this, so I wouldn't commit that this. It's like the Larkspur, for instance, right? Like they have sometimes like a small band in there doing. But again, the issue of whether it becomes a nuisance, whether it's audible and that.
Where it's gonna be heard outside the building.
Yeah, there's nuance to it, and I'm sorry, I'm not the best planning department member to actually explain the technicalities of this one. So do know that if you make that distinction, do know that, it came to me also is that TVs would be, are not allowed on the exterior, because we run into that with another restaurant that's here, or another bar, sports bar that's here in District 1. So past experiences, and starting to remember those. So hopefully that's helpful.
They can't put up TVs.
No, they wouldn't be able to put up TVs on the exterior. So the one venue I can think of that did have speakers on the outside had to remove them because they did not get the entertainment establishment to allow for that entertainment. But they do have a TV that's on their patio that's enclosed, right? And it's part of the building. So
Clarification, very helpful.
It's local, it's actually a indoor golf type of thing where they would sell beer for longer this staff.
Another question, sir, is not.
I don't know that we need the acoustic guitar.
What's the name of the establishment? Just buildings up there. Reason I ask this, for my neighborhood, it's probably the closest one, 2 other establishments, but there's an establishment neighborhood. And what's the name of it? Just want to make sure I've been in there.
It's not open yet.
It's not open yet, but
There is a sign outside on the. I wrote right here. It's about really. It was on the south.
It's in the other back.
We'll take it back to that for comments. Argument or motion. John, you want to let us by? Let's take a salary. Well, I mean, I'll go ahead and just throw it out there to see if there's a second and then debate to approve for staff recommendation. All in favor, say aye, positive sign. Any opposed? And opposed, that one is unanimous. Moving on. What's next? Yeah, 758. Okay.
Everybody ready? Okay, so Scott Waddle for the record. Okay, so this is zone case 58. The property is zone TF3, it's developed with the house. And they're requesting to rezone it to NR, which is neighborhood retail. It's located, lost our staff report. Let's try and describe it for you. If you're familiar with the Dillons down at Douglas and Hillside, everyone familiar with that, most people? Okay, so if you go just to the west of that location, you've got Chautauqua, which runs north-south. And there is there's like a commercial building that fronts onto Douglas. If you go one property across an alleyway, you'll bump into a single family house that's there. That is the property that we're talking about, is a single family house. Am I doing good so far? Okay, fair enough description. We'll get the graphics back soon. The applicant is proposing to rezone that to NR, neighborhood retail. And what neighborhood retail allows is it allows, as you might think, retail uses. It would allow, light commercial uses under 8,000 square feet, as well as restaurants under 2,000 square feet. And it does not allow for a drive-through. And this is on page 2 of the staff report. Okay, we'll bring it up. All right, let me know when we got it up. We'll go through the graphics together. There we go, perfect. Okay, everyone see the property? That's what the house is. All right, next one. So this is a zoning. You can see TF3 is the yellow and LC is the red. So limited commercial is what that stands for. This is the map from the comprehensive plan, and it is showing new residential. It's that lighter color. At least I think it is. It's a little.
That's new residential.
Thank you. All right, next one. So here's a photo of the house. It's the one with the ramp on it, and then there are photos of what's nearby. Next one. And surrounding area. This is the subject site with the boards on the windows. Okay, so they would like to use it for neighborhood retail. Let's go to the staff report on page 2. Okay, there would have to be screening of property because of wherever it abuts residential zoning districts. So that would be on the north and the west. And that could consist, as you're familiar with, of a solid screening fence between 6 and 8 feet height. It would also have to adhere to the Wichita sign code, which would prohibit signs from facing residential zoning districts if it's within 150 feet of those. And landscaping ordinance, which would require shade trees or ornamental if they choose at a different ratio along the property lines, residential property lines. Height standards cannot exceed 35 feet height, although it's my understanding they intend to use the existing structure. Okay, and then in terms of the uses, we did an overview of those in the quick description. But to the north, TF3 and it's developed a single family. To the south, it's zoned LC and National Register of Historic Places as well, accepted designation. And it's a vacant commercial building. To the east is Dillon's Grocery Store, and that's zone LC and GC. And then to the west is about the same thing. Well, public services, they've got all public services, including trains and sidewalks. Awesome. And then we find that it's in conformance with the. We found that it's not in conformance with the community investments plan, which identifies it for new residential. That's the issue. So that is why staff recommended denial on this one. And we do a review of the community investments compatibility guidelines in the staff report. And at the time that this was submitted, there was not a site plan with it. And so that was one of the components for why we were recommending denial as well. Now, subsequently, at the MAPC meeting, the applicant did provide a site plan, and I will go ahead and pass those out. There's just a few of them, so you will have to share. That way you can see those. Oh, you've got more. Okay. These are a little bit bigger, probably a little bit easier to read. So, folks who are interested in the audience, why don't we go ahead and pass these that way? Sorry, thank you. You're getting volunteer all the time. Okay, so with that, the addition of staff was for denial. I do want to let you know that the MAPC, their recommendation was to approve it. In your staff report, you'll notice on the bottom of page 4, there is an alternative recommendation that staff provided that if you should want to recommend approval, that there are some conditions that we would recommend go along with that. So that's
So denied and approved, what am I looking at? Originally denied and then have to site plan.
Yes, staff recommendation is denied. At the MAPC, the planning commission recommended for approval. And when they recommended approval, when if it's a difficult case, when really absolutely, sometimes we will provide you with our recommendation, but also an alternative that you can go to if you want to. So in this case, we did that. And the MAPC went with the alternative recommendation for the approval. So the community did it, so it's the staff.
So it's the protected overlay.
Yes, so the protective overlay, I'll go through all of this. So it would be adding a protective overlay, so neighborhood retail with a protective overlay. And the conditions are that one, the structure shall be built with compatible architecture with the existing dwellings in the area and shall have a HEPA gateway group. So that is if they were ever to demolish the house that's there, they would have those requirements to adhere to. Two, the commercial parking area is prohibited. That's a use for someone who just takes the property and scrapes it and then puts in a parking lot. And then number three, that the applicant would have to submit a site plan detailing placement of the building and required parking. Part of that is because we wanted to make sure, since there's residential to the west and residential to the north, we wanted to make sure that where the parking is gonna go and it's gonna be compatible, and try and work out some of those details.
What is your opinion on compatible parking with the site plan? With that little alleyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, part of it is that parking is off of the alleyway and it's not abutting. It's not abutting to the north where there's residential, and also to the west, there's also an alley as well, so.
But that makes me worried, 'cause I know I used to stay at the house before. You're staying out of the house and it's this place. And there's a lot that needs to be developed over there, and that's gonna be a messy thoroughfare. There's one of my initial concerns, so I didn't know if the site plan staff recommended as an alternative. Is this?
We do not, we're not recommending a site plan to you, I'm just indicating that the applicant has provided one, and they provided that at the NMC meeting. And now tonight, that was not as part of the original submission. Sorry. No, that's good. It's all good. We didn't.
But are those parking places, that shaded area, is that supposed to
I
represent?
believe that's what it's indicating, but also for the applicant.
And did you say that this building was originally zoned commercial?
No. It's zone T3, and in terms of commercial, the property is immediately to the south is commercial, and the property between the east.
Any other questions to staff before we go to?
That is for the property to the south. I think it might have like park light or something, if I remember correctly, it's got some texture. That is my assumption, I will defer to the applicant.
And the house directly behind it, like there's a few houses that are waiting for that. So we keep that in mind as well. The likelihood of age application is not to tell us more. On the side. Whatever you feel comfortable.
I own the Violet Closet. It's this is it. I don't have, I don't know if you want to, but this was it before we bought it. And the picture that showed earlier is actually after we cleaned it up.
So you're saying, because yes, so this is current, this is before.
Yes, and then we have to put the property up. Also, and we think the neighbors,
That's not.
No, that's just showing my property.
Showing
Well, no,
Yeah.
this here in her hand is showing my current story to the house.
Yeah.
I'm basically being forced out of my property because it's turning into a parking lot. And we've had it for 10 years, the closet. It's a very special little place. I'm a good neighbor. even some of the neighbors actually went to the meeting previously and we're just kind of wanting to hear my ideas and then I've had sorry. My shirt's right there. Your shirt.
I know, I love it.
Thank you. It is, the thing is, I mean, my shop now is so loved. It has a lot of, I plant flowers in the window baskets and the whole reason, this property was so overgrown, he could see it in the husband. I thought, well, you know, that's a scary property because it was just like a lot of money actually to get it up to the standard that, you know, that you could actually even see the building, right, the house. But I believe it would be a benefit to the street. It'll be as sweet as can be. My little shop now is very, very cute and it allows people to walk and shop. The Dillon's parking lot is right there. I considered the parking. We had Tony did the drawing for me. Site plan, sorry. And then
If she didn't tell you, this is a consignment shop. Currently her business is at 517 North O'Brien.
Okay.
Which is in the Green Elephant Village.
Yeah, and it's
And the gentleman that's across the street, the doctors are carrying the entire block.
yeah. It is sad. It's really sad.
Her store is in there currently. And so I found this property, this Lucky Parade that I found it. It was in disarray. It's been homeless people were sleeping there for years. And
Well,
years.
it is a danger because
very
they had an
bad.
extension towards across the alleyway, you know, and it was just, so some of the neighborhood, the store that's facing Douglas has come to us and was glad that we've taken it this far because it's, you know, it just,
Safety.
Thank you. I am here all night for about so sorry. God. But yeah, so I've tried everything to keep my shop. I've been doing this for 6 months trying, and I've just been getting no's, and because I have 2 little cats that live outside, I've researched with friends of feline how to get them to license and place and all that, and anyway, okay, Miss Zona here. She's like a new mom to me, you know, and I'm just
Ready to go up.
oh, no, I'm sorry.
Referencing.
I was just referencing that it means something to the community. My store, I get back twice a year. I have 2 sales. So it benefits the community as well. I have 2 biannual sales and I pay the people helping me and then I get back to the community. I donate clothes if like Cricket Alley Ministries is servicing a certain size. I will donate to them if they're low on that. So I just don't want to see it go away. And this is an opportunity to, I think, just make the neighborhood right there. Just, it'll be pretty, it'll be sweet, it'll be what I have now at my little store that I have now. So I don't know if I covered it all. So.
Do you have any questions?
Great question.
I do have one thing I'd love to add. I probably rarely ever have any more than 3 people in at one time.
Yeah.
So the traffic, yeah, it's very low traffic.
And she's only open from 11 to 5.
Yeah.
So and she's only open.
Sunday and Monday I'm closed.
Yeah. So very low traffic.
So,
What was your question?
Yeah, as far as the site plan goes, I do see that there's some very designated for new parking spaces.
yes.
Do you have an idea of the space that you can?
There's gonna be, what, 12?
Is it
Total in it,
is it total?
or 13 or?
Something like that. I think.
Yeah, we have more than enough parking.
Right
We
now
just
I have
decided to put-
6. That's what I'm designated as in my lease.
So we're gonna have more than enough that's required by the code. So.
Well, because it's all the neighboring business that has some parking. Sorry.
Right, so actually, here's the thing, so the neighboring building, the one that is on the, which I believe you asked about the, historic registry, somebody asked about the historic registry, that's the building that had the concern. He doesn't have open hours in the day, but in the evenings, I know that he has, classic cars, and so I think he just he shows his cars and does, you know, those things. They can use mine, but we will not impede on their parking. We planned enough for to cover for two mine and one staff, and then yeah, we're really busy.
And my other question was, like, you know.
It is, yeah, it is,
Will they be more busy?
yeah. It is, it's, I would say,
COVID was very tough to us. She weathered the storm and got through it because it was.
and violent,
be here.
but the violent is my grandmother too. So St. Patrick decided to throw that out. And then, like, what's the other name? Like foot traffic, yeah, I would say I have, my daughter Maddie works at the store. What would you say? We have like 5 to 10 people a day, never at the same time. That's about,
It should be about 2 at a time.
yeah.
Three at the most.
Now facing towards the villas.
I don't think so because maybe, I don't know, possibly. I know that, the neighbor to my, north has come and said they like, so they're really, that's the residential house. They
She
also,
came to the planning meeting and she didn't actually believe it was gonna take down all the trees. And
she was.
I spent about
really-
$4,000 taking all the trees down. It was probably a mess.
You don't wanna tell us you took down trees.
No, these
We
were,
heard about trees.
no. This was, these were overgrown. The city had already flagged it from the previous, there was records.
The beautiful tree in the front is just was maintained by the city and by us on each side, so.
That's a huge tree.
Huh?
Vacant when you purchased?
Yes.
Okay, like,
It was in foreclosure and I had to go through.
was it vacant for?
The person passed away, I don't.
Yes,
I don't remember.
the lady had died and squatters came in and I took out 14 dumpsters of trash. We had to use a snow shovel, actually.
Okay.
So I got pictures on my phone. You can see it before and after. It's pretty bad. That neighbor directly behind where Joe will be the ones who's supposed to see now. The duplex. Yeah. So that one's paid for. That has been empty since, there's a permit on the window and it's been, that permit is from 2017 or 18 and I actually said, yeah, I called that guy and he never returned my phone call. So I tried to. I know, I tried to reach out to him about that property too. He's not there. He's just gonna let it sit a lot of the day. You have a pretty good thing. I was curious if you and I, because that was the only thing I was worried about is they have all these construction plans, they said, for that building as well, and right behind it, obviously. Bill too, so I just wanted to see if there was any updates. Okay.
I think we're gonna get to you, sir. I'm so sorry. Your dad goes first and then it goes out to you guys. So I see you. I'm sorry. Yes. So you said you had a conversation with the owner south of you, the 293 East Douglas. There's a, we had a.
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't have a conversation with him.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he wanted to buy it.
Yeah, he wanted to buy the turn of the park.
But we're trying to save my store, so he's just, said no.
So.
But, the conversation that I had was with the, I think it's like Bella salon or a pro boutique or something, but yeah, connected, like 2 doors to the west of that classic farm. Yeah. Right.
The zero in is the parking lot.
Yeah.
You're saying that you're sharing your parking lot after hours if he needs it.
Oh,
So, yeah.
I won't care. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so,
Yes, oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, that's questions, they're kind of questions actually for you. Well, parking, right? I mean, you said that there's no commercial parking or commercial parking areas prohibited under this overlay. So they couldn't have the parking on the lot, right?
Well, commercial parking is actually, it's defined in the zoning code. And what it is when you have a parking lot that you charge people to park there,
Oh.
you bulldoze everything and then you open a parking lot and put
Okay.
big blocks.
All right. And you're comfortable with the parking that they have proposed? Well, I guess you're not because this was recommendations to be denied.
They didn't have a site plan at that time. And now
Well, let me,
Okay.
tell me this. Yeah.
If we're gonna do with it, in what way? Do I think it's gonna be sufficient? Do I think it's too much?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess there's parking density requirements for building that size, right? And then I heard somebody say that, it could be a restaurant.
There's a couple of things, sorry. A couple of things to consider here is number one, does it meet, the requirements that we would have for parking? And I believe that it does because, in the zoning code, if you don't know, the zoning code is what requires certain amount of parking for certain types of development. Now, with that said, I do want to indicate that, we have a project to look at parking requirements in our zoning code because one of the worst things we can do is actually require too much parking. That's my personal belief, and we're gonna have an opportunity to revisit that, but does this meet our parking requirements as they stand? Yes.
Okay. And then, parking is prohibited from being located on the east half of the property, but so east half we're talking about off of the street onto the buildings?
Sometimes what we see, yes, is that
Okay.
people will take the front yard and just use it for
Okay,
parking.
okay,
And because this is on a residential block, that's intended to keep this residential appearance.
okay. Get that, and then I assume that you'll keep a nice landscape street yard, or a landscape street yard will be required.
Yes.
Right, and then, I mean, maybe I got you on a good day, I've been in your store one time and there were way more than 2 or 4 people.
No, it's in the green outfit.
Yeah, I was in there once, and there was. Might have been when you had your great day.
Yeah, I mean, it
might have been that. I don't think so. It was just a busy day. My one time we're being there. Doesn't work to be today.
So as far as the requirements go, when we went to the plan, we did already pass unanimously 10-0 at the plan.
We didn't have our plan.
Because we didn't have that because of the weather and we sent the
So we had to go out there and snow and stuff. Yeah.
So we passed.
Yeah.
So, but
That's it. But with the plan that we gave you with the site, even if we had all of those stalls for individually, like one person in each car, we're still going to have, we're gonna have way more parking than we can do share, because the Green Elephant is 4 businesses, where this, might not be just one. But it's gonna still look like a house, it's gonna be,
that would be amazing.
okay, stop. What?
Quaint. Quaint.
Oh, yes, quaint, very quaint. I think it's quaint. I have seen.
You guys, so to clarify question, this residence will still be able to rent it out, use for residential in the future, even with this.
Right.
It's not a public clearing. In case it's not an either or, it isn't inclusive of that, inclusive of the other side. All right, there, any other questions for the agent applicant, who's been very kind, in taking time. Thank you. You didn't know, you did fine. You didn't.
Okay.
The questions of the public will not be addressed directly to the agent applicant, but the agent applicant will have a chance to come back.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to say, as an individual that's a part of Wichita, and a representative of Wichita, which one belongs to an organization that, advocates individuals like that, taking broken down raggedy homes, trees all over everywhere, roaches running everywhere, homeless people coming in and carrying and cutting the wires and doing all they can. I ask of you to have a little sympathy in your character to allow her to have this property, because the passion, she almost in tears, explaining the situation. She's nervous because you are individuals are the deciding factor on whether or not she has a property. So if she's in compliance, I mean, what would keep you from taking off something raggedy off the street and making something beautiful? I mean, nothing to something. I mean, we have enough empty homes around the city now. And it's the betterment of Wichita, not to take away from it. Thanks.
Excuse me, I have a question for Scott. Yes. Have you received any code presentation? On this one, not that I'm aware of, no. Right. Good.
No. My gut is that's pretty, there's a lot of records. Like, I just wonder if there's any other members of the public, or we take that to that, yes.
It would say too, how long to are able to open thing. So, the past 6 months I've been trying to always save my store. And, so I've been negotiating back and forth trying to see if I could just buy that one little parcel, because they were all separate parcels. And, that's a good elephant. But, anyway, I did going to extend my lease, so I will have it until, the end of January for my lease, so now I can, get the parking done, the landscape. Yeah, I have basically, one. So, yeah, and then I'll be able to start the spring season.
Yeah, so the neighborhood association, did you go through them? I heard you said you had talked to people in the community and they like the stuff.
I didn't go to a neighbor association, but the resident that's to be, the resident, the neighborhood,
Take your time, sweetie.
gosh, the neighbor to my left, which is a single family home, and they really liked that we cleaned up the little sapling. They were taking, like, you couldn't even see the sidewalk from it. And so, and then the commercial ones liked it too, so, yeah, I don't know if I answered.
Oh, that's good. That's good. How was this improving?
Okay, it is, it will be pretty.
I have to say, everything she touches is gold, that she is. It's charming, it's delightful, lovely, the hygiene, the fun. She's. It'll be beautiful, it really will. I mean, it looks like that. It's beautiful, it will be beautiful. I'm sorry, who is your name?
My name is Tara Castillo, sorry. Yes.
As a person who has never been in the store, I can't believe place where she's at, but I have never been in that product, but now I would like to.
I've been going there for years, and every time I go in there, I know about something. This is one of the things that I love. That's why I say.
I went through the agenda for this evening, and every zoning change is proposed. Staff recommended approved. Everyone except this.
Yes.
So what is the objection?
The objection here is that at the time, and again, we provide a recommendation based on the information that we have at the time. Okay, I can't state that enough. You're dealing with a block that is entirely residential. It's not busted up with any other use.
The other things that our comprehensive plan recommends residential uses in this location. And that's primarily it. It is, well, you scoff, but the thing is that we do see this happen with blocks getting busted up and they get eroded over time because commercial runs into it. And there have been a lot of zoning cases in this very day where that has been an issue. So we're protective of that. The other thing that we know is that if we come out with a recommendation for denial, we know that the applicant always has an opportunity to say their piece of the meeting and convince others that it shouldn't be for denial. So we allow the process to kind of play itself out. And we try and be cautious about it. We call the cases as best we can, and that's why we recommend the denial for this one.
There, if you go to page 8, I think that gives a nice visualization of what Scott said, because that's what they're referencing is the fact that that's all yellow. It's the point is that we set a new precedent for that neighborhood, a precedent that another applicant come in the future saying, this was allowed down the block, why don't we do this here and start busting up the residential into retail? So that is a consideration that must be factored in. Just because something is not being utilized doesn't mean we need to rezone the purpose to utilize it. There is always that risk to an investor to come in and buy something that's currently zoned one way with all these hopes and dreams as they should have, but then sometimes get into the process and realize this may be a bit more complicated, but that's where the resident feedback comes in. And so I want to make sure there's no more additional public feedback before we take it back to the staff.
I can say public stuff.
Yeah, you would like to say something?
I just want to say, I know, this actually might be to you. I know that the one thing that I wasn't, it wasn't in alignment with the, one of the plans, but it is in line with neighborhood. Like the two different, like the conception maps or,
She's talking about the people,
Places for people.
and
Yeah.
other, yeah.
And the thing is that you don't have to score 100% of the points, right? It's just a matter of.
you have no idea how bad I need 100. But I don't know anything, my this is gone. But I'm just trying to.
See, you don't have to score 100% in order to get it approved, right? You just have to, it just has to be a good fit, right? Because so much of planning is not necessarily does it follow best practices and what this other city's doing. It's about, is it a good fit for Wichita at this time and place, right? And so, I mean, yeah, you don't have to score 100% or yes on down the list. What you really need to just need the city council to say, yes, it's a good fit for Wichita. And part of that is review and the feedback and input that both the DAB and the planning commission provide to the city council.
Yeah. Is there anything else before we turn it back to Dan?
I want to say one stop that.
Yeah. I want to say, the next slide, if you want to raise your hands.
I already did.
Okay.
So we'll bring this back to the
As a DAB member and someone who lives 2 blocks south of this, I go to this Dillon's every day. And the other day, I parked in front of this property. I got out of my truck and was like, holy shit, you can get trees. I said, thank you. When we talk about is it a good fit, this would not be the only boutique retail type establishment that is in the original house. There are several businesses around Douglas on that block, just west of Dillon's, that are retail businesses like a coffee shop. So having a business like that in one of would be weird or out of place for this neighborhood. It is a very busy part of Wichita. The Douglas Unified intersection is very busy and dangerous. We've actually been trying to build a crosswalk across Douglas between the Hillside and Road and this night. But also going back to what I said about the first case stuff at infill is that
I love the Katrina thing that, and I would love it even better if it came out. So as someone who lives in this community, I would like to make a motion with another discussion to approve this as written in the paper that to approve with staff recommendation. We're approving by rejecting staff recommendation. I believe they'll take the additional protective. Need to say anything in particular, Scott, to make sure.
What I think I would be saying is, approve for the alternative conditions, for the alternative recommendation with staff before approving the conditions on page 4.
That sounds good. That would be correct. Motion.
I will second.
Can I have a discussion?
Yes.
So most people know that I am a big proponent of keeping neighborhoods in town. A big proponent of not all of those in homes and what we put into neighborhoods does fit into the character of the neighborhood. Because it can still be a home, you know, that makes me feel so much better. And that we're not bulldozing property, and we're not putting in something that takes away from the character. So, because of that, I am gonna vote yes, but I just want to make sure everybody knows that I'm a big proponent of keeping our neighborhoods neighborhoods.
Something to keep in mind with it is we are, if we look at, like what Scott said, we have to think about what the city wants in the future, not just what they're going to pass, and we talk about these considerations. And one of the things District 1 we're seeing more and more with these cases along Douglas is a bit of a shift to cycling north and south of Douglas and expanding this arterial and mixed use into residential. And I think it's very beneficial for us as most cities, when they're doing a development like this, have either catered near the highway or catered downtown, and then there's this disconnect. The fact that we can have this east-west corridor, few blocks north and south, walkability, mixed use, I think is really, you're probably gonna just see more and more of this going forward. And so it's not necessarily something to be scared of, especially when we have local tenants with local residents doing it like this. So I'll put it as well.
Feedback on what he said. There's a speed dash on one of those, no fact that I have been waiting. So the idea of having like a non-predatory local business that brings character foot traffic to the neighborhood.
Yes. Store is like a little, this is like your fandom. Yeah.
Oh.
I hang out.
Now, it's for the discussion. Yeah. Right, with that, we'll call the question. All in favor of approving with the alternative language for district use, please say aye or positive sign. Any opposed? Anyone opposed? Not, that is unanimous vote. Okay, thank you for being here tonight. Good luck.
Someone wants to get in the picture.
But I thought it was so cute, maybe how did you take them show them around?
Okay, so we're ready for the next one? Yeah. Conditional use. Usually don't get that excited about something. Or okay, so this one's for a conditional use to allow utility major. The property is currently zoned SF5 residential. And the purpose is that they're proposing install an internet exchange point facility there. So here's the staff report. Oh, perfect, right, the pictures already So, this is the site plan submitted as part of the application. It shows the facility. Let's go to the next photo. Next, so this is the aerial photo, so it's currently an undeveloped site. It's owned by the university. You'll notice it's on the north side of 21st Street, so it's across from the baseball stadium. Next graphic, please. This is the zoning map that shows SF5 in the area. And to the next one, this is next map. This is from the comprehensive plan. It shows residential in the area. Next photo, please. So obviously this is from when it snowed a lot. You can see the subject site because it's just a bare field. There's houses across the street. There's a house across the street, and there's the baseball stadium to the south. So there is one house that does face directly towards this site. And then to the west is actually a fraternity house. We'll cover that when we get to the staff report. If we can go back up to the top, we'll go to the background section of the staff report. Okay, so it's a conditional use to allow for the utility major. It's again to do the internet exchange point. So talks about staff report talks about the building and the chillers. Now, from the discussion, the applicant can talk more about this, but one point that I think is important with this is that there's actually this is a connection point for the internet. There's not like this is not like a crypto mining where you've got a lot of bands and a lot of motors and everything going on. This is essentially bringing cables together and the data transfer, not a lot of processing. There would be screening that's required, as we talked about earlier, for residential uses. So they would have to have that on all sites except for arterial streets. The landscape would be required for the landscaping code. And in terms of uses, we covered what we know that Dalton, SF5, we covered that area. Public services, access to public services. Conformance to the plans, we find that it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan, and that is even though this is identified for new residential, and the reason why is because the definition of the comp plan does include the ability to pockets and institutional and some commercial uses, and in this case, we felt like that was in conformance because of its location proximity to the university and the proposed use. The community investments plans locational guidelines. It talks about infill. And then we find that it's in conformance with place people plan because again, it also recommends infill. So our recommendation is for approval, staff recommendations for approval. H3, there's condition that it would conform to a site plan that would be approved. And if there's any violations, they could lose the conditional use. As we review the golden factors. At the time the staff report was prepared, we hadn't received any public comments on it. However, we have received public comments since then. There were two gentlemen, both are here, who spoke at the planning commission meeting. And I believe one was in opposition, the other one would express concerns about the appearance, and I will let them clarify that. And then the MAPC ultimately voted to recommend approval for the staff recommendation. And this is currently in the protest period, which will end on Thursday. So everyone's aware. One of the things that did come up again was the appearance. Here are some graphics that were submitted. Again, it's not enough for everyone, but you can pass those around. I don't know if folks in the audience want to see it, but it's good. So with that, let's wait for any questions. Questions from the DAB members, and then they'll open it up for.
I worked in the industry for a number of years.
Okay.
And chillers are noisy.
Okay.
And I have a tendency to think they're gonna use water cooling in this situation because 100-degree temperatures in the summer, air cooling is gonna be a challenge. So I'm thinking they're gonna use water cool, which is quieter than air cooled. But the other thing is, the plan shows those chillers next to the fence that's next to the housing. And if those chillers could be behind the building and closer to that fraternity house parking lot, it's not even the fraternity house it's next to, it's a parking lot, then that sound would be somewhat dampened, you know, for the community not to have this just combating them constantly. And my other question is, I just wonder, my first thought was, what if there's growth? And that's a big what if. What if there's growth? There's probably going to be growth. And they've set this thing on the front of the lot now, but if they set it on the back of the lot, it could be much more amenable to the neighborhood. I would think it would be much more attractive. But maybe they can't do that because of the potential for growth. I don't know, but those are some questions that I have that, you know, it's a neighborhood first.
It's a beautiful neighborhood, and it's established old neighborhood. I know that neighborhood often, I own it in that neighborhood. The residents are taking great care of their yard and their houses. There's a lot of pride in that neighborhood. I'm concerned about this zoning of is there not any other space available that would not, you know, you're right, it doesn't need to be, I'm just very concerning.
Well, I attended, I think at the library when they were talking about the need and actually government funding to bring internet resources to underprivileged communities, right? And they had this site, I mean, they were, even back then, this is a year ago, this was the site that they had. I'm not opposed to it. I think the way that is such a busy street there, 21st. I can't imagine anybody wanting to put their house there anyway. I mean, I might be wrong about that. On busy 21st Street, I know I see houses like on 13th Street that are having difficulty selling because somebody wants to live on a busy street. And my experience with chillers, I felt the radiation oncology center was, and well, it wasn't that
people
loud.
that live behind
My
where
children
this
didn't
is
make any
and
noise.
across the street.
Yeah.
They're gonna see this thing.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not saying that I
And
guess
they're gonna hear it.
the chillers, I had didn't make it, but maybe my results are that project was about 10 years.
This is usually the way this goes about, internet utility, this. This is the first case that I'm aware of where we tried to include a connection with the agents. So I think this is fairly fair. So I'm saying there's any precedent.
Say, it's not. In my view. Pity is, I guess, in the eyes of the.
We have to be difficult though with our phrasing here, with the rationale, because if we say it's not pretty, that's not necessarily a reason to deny, to put in a sentence.
I'm not saying I'm gonna deny, I'm just saying.
Right. I wouldn't want anyone to think that's the reason we should be voting in denial. I just want to say that.
I have one other little point of view question, and that is, I was chatting with some folks in your office today, and it was indicated to me that maybe the city doesn't have as much opportunity to impact how this is done because it's a state property. Is that any kind of?
I'd be interested after the meeting to learn.
Well, that was just, we were chatting.
It sounds like an educational opportunity. Well, but because this is a state property, if there wasn't an opportunity for the city to have influence, in the case wouldn't be here. Right?
But
We wouldn't
but
waste everyone's
if
time.
if we can make recommendations other than just absolute zoning, to say, yes, this is needed, you're gonna do it, but, you know,
Yes.
it's like we did with this other lady that
You do, with zoning cases, with majority of zoning cases, if you would have the opportunity to protect overlay, but because this is a conditional use, we have simply added this condition to the case. So if you approve it, you can add conditions as you see fit.
It's fine.
And in any case, though, of course, what you do with the DAB is recommendation, it's not the final decision.
I have a comment, but I'm going to reserve it to after we do.
I won't say it's ugly. I will say that it, to me, doesn't seem to fit the character of the neighborhood.
That's
Yes. My other thing is, this is, in my opinion, a perfect example of what Wanda had just referenced a few minutes ago about neighborhood freedom. Wichita State is on the south side of 21st Street, and they have that entire block for what is probably like 8 city blocks, 20 blocks. A lot of it's parking lot, maybe they should build more parking lot. They just ripped out, well, not just, but they ripped out an entire golf course to put in, innovation campus. And there is so much property that is still not developed there. There's property that has been given away, not given away, but prioritized for retail right there on the corner of 21st and Oliver. I don't see any reason why WSU has to put a server building on the other side of the street. I feel like they can find somewhere on their existing property to do it. And I feel like also there has been, this isn't the first time there's maybe been concerns about Wichita State impacting the communities and neighborhoods around in a way that it doesn't help the people who live there. So I'm gonna really need some convincing for this, that's what I would say. Yes.
So just a clarifying question. So there was an email attached to this, correct? And the email brought up that there were viable alternatives, including available property within WSU's innovation campus. So is that a true statement?
I don't know. We don't judge it. I mean, it's just whether or not this property is appropriate for this conditional use.
How about you see you guys asking that question in this case, maybe seeming irrelevant because the character of the neighborhood is also providing internet to the students and then telecom services. So if there is not an actual lot on campus that could be confirmed, I could see how that could influence this decision, whether this would fit to that lot or not. I don't know if that.
I'd also like to hear more about the protective covenant that was listed, or that was mentioned in that same.
Sure, and for the protective covenants, we don't get into those because it's a private matter, so. For the applicant that, I say, that's an overlay.
They'll find if you see a region.
Yes.
Yes. We find everything.
Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah. Go ahead and come up while she's asking the question.
Maybe this isn't, maybe, I'm sorry. This idea of depending on the project is also going to be who, or do we?
That's my understanding.
It's all.
Definitely issue, I don't.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for being here tonight.
Yes, thank you for listening. Good evening, my name is Tanya Anderson, and I am representing the state university for your session. This project is a partnership between Wichita State University and Connected Nation. My colleague Tom Pops is here to represent Connected Nation. They're a nonprofit partner that we're partnering with to put this internet exchange point together. It is part of the federal government's infrastructure built out for broadband. The state of Kansas has issued a $5 million grant to build this. We do not have an internet exchange point in the entire state of Kansas. We're one of very few states in the nation that don't have an internet exchange point. What that means is where fiber optic cables actually meet and can connect directly to the internet. So that's a confusing thing because people are like, I connect directly to the internet. So let me talk about airports. So we don't have very many direct connections anywhere from Wichita Airport, right? But we can fly anywhere we want. It just takes several hops and longer. That's what our internet is doing as well. So every time you make a call on your computer, anywhere, even if I'm sending an email to you in this very same room, that internet connection will travel all throughout the state, outside of the state, into either Kansas City, Missouri, or Denver, or Dallas, Texas, before it will then connect to the internet, do whatever it needs to do, and come back. So this is a critical piece of infrastructure so that we can have resilient, very much higher speed internet. It's not a data center, so we talked about that before. A data center that you've been in the news a lot, that have NVIDIA chips and AI and a lot of compute. This is fiber optic cables that are connecting in a network patch cable, that's all. Inside of a building, the building is completely dark, meaning that there are no people that work inside of it. It's a utility building where these fiber optic connections connect. There aren't any chillers. That was a misused, there is a
Chillers is a
backup.
broad term. I
Yeah.
can get into that. There's a wide range of chillers for data centers. I mean, technically, your AC unit at your house is also a chiller. And so it's their AC unit.
It's an AC unit with a backup generator that will come on. So it doesn't make any more noise than the street traffic that's already there or your home air conditioner. The one time a month that it will make some noise is when the backup generator is powered down and powered off. That will be scheduled at a time when traffic is the highest and it's not like they hear it.
It's like 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, it won't be.
You know, if the generators are running, and I think the image you talked about that's along the fence line, those are the backup generators, which will only go on if power goes out. And if power goes out, this is critical infrastructure to support the internet. You want backup generators because this is what will keep the internet running in the community, which will power your hospitals that have backup power and, you know, down the critical infrastructure to make sure they stay connected. But those at max peak, the generators going are lower volume than the street traffic. And we're working with the city to figure out when is peak street traffic time. So we do our every 2 month test, every 3 month test.
You've got
at the
a
same time.
decibel rating, you have on that,
Mhm.
you could share with us.
It was part of the
I didn't see it.
information that we submitted with our
It's
paperwork.
And to talk about the chiller, because people do, data centers are massive power consumers. A data center our size, like if you were building a physical data center, that's a megawatt data center, megawatt. This is the power profile of your house. That's the amount of electricity we're pulling into here is similar to any house in the neighborhood. These are very low power. They're not doing storage and compute. I know if you just look at it, you're going, oh, this looks like a data center. But they're like, they're interconnections, right?
No, doesn't have a big enough footprint.
No, it's literally, you know, how does the internet work, right? Like, it's kind of magic, honestly, you know.
I understood there were gonna be some employees in this building.
No, there won't be any employees. There will be, we need to go in and install equipment.
maybe check equipment.
So the big parking, the look like it parking for 10 or 12.
There are 6 parking spots that goes to the family building. There will be times when a truck might have to come in to unload
Equipment.
a piece of equipment, you know, and we have also, Wichita State, partnering with Connected Nation. Want to use this as a potential classroom sometimes to take our students into a real network facility so that they can see what an interconnect is and actually slice fiber, you know, get hands on. It won't be a classroom like it's online all of the time, but we have
that are in the plan that I see there in the plan, the big units that I thought were children.
On the outside,
Mhm.
those, that's the backup
backup
generator.
generator. Yeah, which will not run unless the power goes down.
Yeah.
But
Except we might cycle.
Every so months, you just have to do a test to make sure they're actually functioning. You turn them on, you turn them off. And again, the noise is roughly, we got the decimal rating from like 21st Street and it's equivalent of what that noise traffic is. And so we just will match that test to peak traffic hours during the day. So that actually theoretically the neighbors wouldn't even be able to hear it anyway. There'd be no difference in that little change.
You speak to one of the public feedback points that has also been brought by DAP about alternative locations. It
Yeah,
has to be a
it will.
strategic thought.
certain, what about there aren't any alternative sites that have been proposed, so that I'm not sure what email you're referring to or who wrote it. Oh, a resident comment that there might be alternatives. So I can talk about why we chose this site. Two reasons, well, actually, many, but 2 major reasons. One is this is a carrier neutral facility. And what that means is Wichita State Public University, owned by you, the taxpayers, and Connected Nation, a nonprofit organization, will run and manage this. There won't be an internet service provider that runs this that will also be making money by selling the internet to you. Okay, so that makes it neutral. That means that the pricing will be the same for everybody. It's not owned by a major internet service provider. So in order to maintain that neutrality, we're first in the nation to do this, kind of cutting edge to put this neutral facility on a public university state land to maintain the neutrality. So when the state of Kansas wanted to put this money and build this infrastructure for the state, finding the university property that would work was number 1. It could go someplace else. The state can fund it and it might not be able to be maintained as a neutral place. So looking at Wichita State is number 1. Then looking at where the network cables are already coming, right under 21st Street are huge major network cables that go right under our state and pass us right by. They don't come up. They don't allow us to connect and they don't allow us to slice off of them to make more connections. So that location is prime, because again, it's state land. And another side, somebody said we can't do something because the state, it is state property, but the state overlay is not part of this property. That's why we're here. This does follow the city of Wichita's guidance right now. So the state can't do anything. I think that's what Scott was referring to. So anyway, there's several reasons to go into the site now. Let Tom give you more.
No, absolutely. And real quick, I want to step back. An internet exchange point is where the internet physically connects and change traffic. If you're on Fox Communication or AT&T and you're trying to go to Netflix, your internet has to physically travel to one of these buildings to talk to a Netflix, and then it goes out, grabs from a data center somewhere else, Netflix, and then pulls it to you. So the further you are away from that, the further your internet traffic has to go to connect to internet. And that's where you get things like latency. So you may have really fast internet, but it still spins, it still buffers. That's latency. It's because all of our internet traffic in Wichita is actually going to Kansas City, Missouri right now. And it's going on very few fibers. So if someone cuts that line right now, because we don't have one of these in the region or in the state, they could cut all the internet off in Wichita with someone accidentally messing up a backhoe on a KDOT project. So we actually are incredibly vulnerable to complete internet outages. And then they may not know where that got cut because the person might not knew they cut anything. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so you should never know. And so having this facility is critical infrastructure for the region to ensure that you have not only the fastest internet, but then that gets into cost. Because all these internet service providers have to buy connections to get to Kansas City. So they're buying hundreds of miles of what we call transit, which drives the costs up. And it makes the whole market here less competitive. So if you have a bad service provider, and let's be honest, rural areas and low-income areas are not treated equally when it comes to internet service. That's just a fact. By bringing a facility like this, it creates market competition. All of a sudden, if a service provider is providing bad service, it's cost effective for another service provider to come in and say, I will build fiber to those areas because they're not having to buy hundreds of miles of transit to build your system. So this is incredibly important, not just to the region, but the entire state of Kansas, because we're one of only a handful of states in the United States that does not have one of these facilities. We rely 100% on our interconnection on other states that we have zero control, zero influence on. If Missouri wants to change the laws and shut that down, all of our internet prices are going to quadruple. And I'm not joking about that because we're going to start having to buy internet out of Chicago. Your latency is going to go up. These are the kind of issues we're working about.
An example of this pricing, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but to bring it down to real money. The Wichita Public School System buys their internet services from one of our tier 1 internet service providers at about $3.80 a megabit. They will be able to pull a line of fiber directly into this internet connection facility and distribute internet across the entire school district, 27 plus buildings, and get the price down to about 10 cents a megabit.
They're going to be able to say, anybody has any doubt that this is a wonderful new asset for Wichita. I don't think there's been any doubt of that. But we have a community of people who have lived in the place, and they are concerned that their housing value may fall because, oh yeah, I'm gonna pull into this neighborhood and it looks like an industrial site. I don't wanna live there, I wanna go somewhere else. I mean, we have people who are hurting, who are concerned that their property value is gonna drop, that their personal comfort is gonna drop. The visual aspects of their neighborhood is gonna drop. These are the concerns. And that's why we've asked, there's a lot of acreage that university owns. And this little spot is not that much acreage, and you're talking about right now using 1/2 of it. It looks to me like, what the site plan looks like. So you need to go somewhere else besides saying how important it is to explain to us why we need for some people to give up the integrity of their home.
And I can address,
good.
I can address that as well. So this parcel was picked out as university property. As Tony said, there is a massive amount of fiber that runs in that. If you build it in the middle of nowhere, you've wasted money because no one's going to spend millions of dollars to build their fiber out to connect it. You have to build it where the fiber already exists. And there is no place on campus that has as much fiber running along 21st Street. Additionally, pretty much, our first ask was, can we build an innovation campus? Every spot on innovation campus has already been awarded. So it's already been designated. I know there's not things built yet. They're already designated for future builds. They're just doing it in phases. So this actually really was the only parcel of the university that was available to build this facility. So that was one of the things about that. The other problem is someone could say, well, why don't you move it? Try to go find somewhere else. Well, we can't at this point. So this is a state grant through federal dollars. We have a ticking timeline on this. And the reality is the federal government is looking at pulling dollars back where available. Right now, they can't pull these dollars back. They're allocated. If we ask them to go do a review to reopen up our grant, they can say, sure, we're going to review it. We're going to cancel it. We're going to pull the $5 million back. So that's a huge risk we run. If we go ask for it to change the plot of land, we have to ask them to re-review and reapprove our grant. Additionally, this is part of an $80 million a larger federal grant to build essentially an internet highway across the eastern down through Wichita part of the state. Something we don't have. This site is actually one of the designated sites through its federal grant for its interconnections. So even if we at our grant could go get approval to change it through the Department of Commerce, they would then have to open up their federal grants to go be $80 million grant through NTIA to be. And honestly, those are the funds.
So you're saying it all is tied to that piece of property?
It is
like
all
that.
tied to that piece of property, so we can't actually move it, or more than likely, we would lose the funding and this project will not get built. I mean, we're building this as a nonprofit because these are not huge revenue generators. Private equity builds these, and they build massive $100 million facilities that they attach data centers to. Our nonprofit has 23-year history of focus on one thing, solving the digital divide, whether it's rural communities, urban communities, or urban communities. We're trying to provide more equitable, more affordable access to internet, and this is one of the primary ways to do that. And
So then the question becomes, can we look at making this structure look more residential?
which we can look into. I've had conversations about, could we do something with the facade? But I put that out back to my team and say, hey, can you guys look into this? But it's not a quick turnaround answer on that. What I do know is what we have planned from the beginning. It'll be, we'll meet all city standards, but we want a nice fence in that area, something that it looks good. We don't want to we're not putting a chain link fence up. We want something that is aesthetically pleasing, but we'll put 10 foot shrubbery up that completely obscures it. So if we want, we can box that entire thing in beautiful shrubbery. So no one's looking at this building. So you go in there, you just think, oh, what gorgeous, well-maintained land is there. So people don't have to look at it fast. I mean, that's the very minimum that's easy for us to do.
Pinky promise?
Pinky promise on that. That's actually, we built that. We built it into the budget to have essentially a 10-foot edge wall that goes around and completely obscures it. That's already budgeted for.
So, my questions really are mostly based on the comments that you've made. First of all, I think it's gonna be hard to promise that kind of shrubbery because we are in a drought and there are water restrictions. So be careful and cognizant of that. Just because you can afford the water doesn't mean that we want you maybe to use it all for that. I don't know if you're gonna protest to this, so I'll let you get to that in a minute. You said, well, Wichita citizens will we all get the benefit? Like if I'm with Cox or AT&T and will they definitely get into this? And I'll have faster, they definitely will, right? You're not promising something that some folks could be left out of because they are.
What I can promise you is that there will be an internet provider that provides competitive connection to a Cox and AT&T and other people. I can't promise that another company.
So they may not.
They will because of the competition.
I can't guarantee I can't guarantee we will. What I can tell you is where these facilities are built, there aren't a single provider that will not connect into them because it lowers their costs, it builds their resiliency, it provides better service for their community. So it would be unprecedented for a provider with a facility in its area to not connect to it.
When Kansas City built their internet exchange point, Google Fiber.
Okay.
Actually, why?
How many?
That's why
City.
Google Fiber
So
chose Kansas City.
connected nation, how many of these have you done?
So this, as our entity, this is our first, but what we've partnered up with is, one of the team members leading this, is a retired gentleman, he's retired in his 40s because he went and built the largest internet exchanges in the United States and then hated working with private equity and sold out of them and left. He retired in his 40s to raise his kids. So he has built the largest internet exchange in the United States, including the largest one in the world. He invented this industry. And he is the CEO leading this effort. No one in the world knows more about internet exchange points than he does, quite literally.
Okay, so you have no direct experience in building something like this. And then I will say something about this. There are places in Wichita that are industrial places that look like houses, big brick houses, right? And 21st and Web, I don't know what that is, but that's a big brick. So what? Yeah, so anyway, but it looks like a house, and if you have to live here a long time to figure out, wait, that ain't really a house. But anyway, so I agree with everybody who said something that it should live more like the neighborhood instead of not. Water, be careful about it, please.
We would use low water plants. I mean, I don't remember all that, but we have that all factored in because we're not gonna do high water consuming plants. One, from an environmental impact standpoint, and two, that's very difficult to maintain.
Well, but I mean, there's rations here,
Mhm.
right? And so they're not gonna get what
Trees do a lot better than bushes. Trees are a lot more water conserving than bushes.
Any other questions from the gap before we go out to the public? Maybe applicant, you'll have an opportunity.
Tex, I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead and watch us.
So I appreciate everything that's been said. I am curious, especially because you all continue to speak to just getting more buy-in to this. And this is something that the organization I work for does as well. So really appreciate the efforts that are being made to close the digital divide because it really is a serious issue. I'm curious in terms of the infrastructure, since it's germane to the topic, as the internet traffic grows, right? If you get more people bought into this, that they're starting to utilize this, as the internet traffic grows and they need to scale the infrastructure, what is your plan to continue to work with the community that's going to be impacted by that? Yeah, I'm just curious, how will you continue to engage community if the internet traffic grows and you need to increase that infrastructure?
So Joseph, the land plot allows for expansion. So initially there'll be 3, this is a modular building. Each module is roughly the size of a semi truck. So that's how it's shipped here. There'll initially be 3 of those put together, and then there are room for 12 more to expand.
Okay.
Is that what you asked? Maybe I didn't answer it.
Nope, you answered it. That was great. Thank you so much. And then my last question is really in relation to like the sustainability of the model. Like I think it's great that $5 million is being given from the federal government. For example, the company I work for just received a $12 million NTIA grant. But you and I both know that when you're serving these underrepresented populations, that money goes really quickly. So I'm it sounds like a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, when you're serving a wide service area, it goes quickly. And so I'm curious, what are other funding models that's going to sustain both the infrastructure part of this, as well as reaching more communities who are disenfranchised or disproportionately impacted by the digital divide?
So the $5 million will cover the capital or most of the capital construction costs for the project. Our organization is putting up the rest of the capital construction costs. We are having to have the money allocated for operational costs, and the amount of fiber providers that have already, and I can't discuss names due to current NDAs in the process. Once it's built, it's public, but the amount of providers that have already contacted us about when can they connect with the facility, when it will be open, based on what the cost structure is, because they pay money to essentially lease space inside of it to interconnect with each other. It's already profitable or self-sustaining within that first year. So it takes us that first year to get everyone in there connected, and just on the interest we have already, the operations are self-sustaining going forward. So we're not worried from a revenue perspective on that. About it being like 2 years later, like we can't fund it, we have to find money. That's not going to be an issue at all. I mean, we have major national companies that you guys would all be very excited to know that are already talking to us about like when can we ship stuff, when will we build, when can we put our connection equipment in there to interconnect with.
And to that point, you might all be interested because you'll think, well, technology moves so quickly, the equipment will be outdated. Are we going to maintain it? That's the responsibility of the people that connect inside it, the content providers. This is a building that has all of the structure available, and then they lease or rent a space and they bring their own equipment in. Like I said, the large ISPs and content networks have to maintain their own equipment inside, and that will not be on the city.
You know why Wichita State is chosen over other state universities?
Wichita is the biggest city in the state of Kansas. This is the location that makes the most sense to put an internet connection. That's where we can serve the state with the largest number of people at the time. And Wichita State was actually already working on getting an internet exchange point for our state. We've been looking into this for several years. Connected Nation was looking into building this across the nation at the same time, so that partnership came together. But again, it's because of Wichita being the largest city in the state.
Our organization will build 125 of these across the United States, including in multiple territories, American territories as well, overseas.
And many universities are following this model and putting forth public land so that the network or the interconnection can stay carrier neutral.
And this is, like I said, a massive benefit for Wichita region, but this is a massive benefit for the state. We talked again, talked about school districts. School districts buy commodity internet, and it's called E-rate. And many school districts around this area alone are paying $2-3 a megabit. They're going to be able to get their prices down to 5, 10, 15 cents a megabit. That's a huge cost savings for taxpayers. And we know that's a fact because we actually, how we got into this is we advised and helped build one of these in Iowa. We just did not own it as a nonprofit. We built it for them. And we watched their prices at the time go down from $3.92 a megabit to 60 cents a megabit. And that was 5 years ago. 60 cents was kind of the average rate. And the average rate right now hovers between 5 and 10 cents. So this is a huge cost savings for school districts across the state. No school districts in the rural community are the most burdened by this. The amount of money that actually has to go to just getting internet to that school is sometimes their highest cost outside HR. So this is a project that has a statewide and a massive regional benefit, just not the localized community. And I do know that, you know, it's adjacent to a neighborhood. It's a plotted neighborhood. It's 21st adjacent. That people would always prefer a home go there, but this is the spot that makes the most sense, but also we can't move it at this point. So it would just not get built would be the alternative option. We realistically lose the ground.
At this point, we really need to see how we can learn, Scott, maybe. How can we learn how we can protect our citizens in doing an overlay with this thing or something to protect our citizens? You know, we need the thing, we want the thing, we're gonna do the thing, but let's do it with dignity.
Well, how about, if I may go as far as to suggest, if you open it up for public comments, it'd be an opportunity to collect and find out what's important to folks. And then that would give you a chance to reflect and see what we have conditions we feel are appropriate. There was a question about protests. The protest period is currently going on, so, yeah, that won't end until Thursday.
Can they receive so far? Can they receive so far, Seth?
Yeah, because it's still open, yeah.
Okay, I don't know if we can say anything with that.
So I have so many questions, but I'll try to a couple of things. Do you know, who, what does this mean for me as a citizen?
Well, the impact of this incident is you're ensuring that you have the lowest latency, most reliable internet possible. From a cost perspective, we're not an ISP. I can't control the cost of ISPs. I can tell you in every model out there, the further you are away from these, the higher your cost of internet gets. I pay $70 a month for gigabit symmetrical internet, so gig up, gig down in Kansas City. I live within 15 miles of the largest ISP in the Midwest. 100 megs up, 100 megs down in Western Kansas is about $140. So they pay double what I pay for 1/10 of the internet. So that's a factor in there. So if you have high cost internet for service, they're either gonna fix that, or someone else is gonna come in and overbuild them and provide you better access because of this. That's the
So
part.
how will the cost change for me as a citizen with the company I currently use if they get involved in the project?
So it's more with competition.
Right.
Okay, so it's, again, promise you that the
Right.
current company is going to lower your rates
Right.
until another competitor comes in with lower rates, and then they will have
But
to.
just give me a scenario of what it might look like.
So like for the school district, $3.85 down to 10 cents. Huge discrepancy, huge change.
Okay, so on the, we're on a plan, across the street is the restaurant strip. What's wrong with, on the other side of 21st?
The other side of 21st is already designated and contracted for more residential, and restaurants.
Residential next to the restaurants?
On top of,
Oh, for like apartments, student housing, maybe.
condos, more like faculty,
Okay.
I asked for every plot of land, I reviewed every plot of land on the other side of 21st and asked for it.
That's all.
And they were all contracted out, there was not available.
No matter how important this project is.
It's already contracted. We couldn't break the contract.
The site, okay. Not related to this question, unit is one, right? Who is that? Thank you.
If we go, we said on this, I mean, there's a lot of housing projects, not single family houses that really want this land to build on, large facilities, multi-tenant type things. That would realistically probably be an alternative of
So
high
what
traffic.
would the facade, the external of the building look like if it's 1, 2, 3 sides of 18 wheelers, you said?
So when you think about the picture that went around, didn't have a fence around it, didn't have any, bushes or whatever. 2 houses down, there's an 8-foot fence and you can barely see the roof. And it's a pitched roof. This is a flat roof. So once you put a fence around it, you're not going to be able to see much of the building anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, and these are not like, I know they kind of, we talked about, they're about like 10 by 40 and, but they're not like shipping containers. These are high grade.
Is this what it's expected to look like?
The physical building will look very similar to that.
So what coloring will it be?
That's
We have
to
those
be
options.
determined.
Yeah.
We don't have the color, plus there is no fencing or landscaping in that picture at all. That's highlighting what the building will look like.
But these are category 5 hurricane wind rated ballistic proof. They're incredibly secure facilities as well. So, I mean, it's high grade steel, custom manufactured in a facility that only builds these.
Thank you.
What comments that again?
I have, I'm saying Thomas. They've done a wonderful job. You've done a wonderful job of selling us on the fact that this type of an operation is needed within the state of Kansas. But they have not done a job of telling us and selling us on the fact that this is needed in the middle of the community. This is not only just in the middle of the community, it's at the head of the community. Right, it's 21st Street. You have taxpayers, we are taxpayers, who've lived in this type of community forever. There is a restrictive covenant. You don't get into that. So what you do get into, and I heard the gentleman from the city say, I heard members of DAB say, you're interested in protecting the integrity of the community. Having a utility sitting in the middle of my community, it does not protect the integrity or the value of my home in my community. It simply doesn't. DAB is not here to decide whether or not we need this type of facility. I live across the street from it. I agree, yeah, it'd be nice to have that. But I don't believe for a minute that the state of Kansas, maybe Wichita State University doesn't own a piece of land, but you can't convince me that the state of Kansas doesn't have a piece of land somewhere in the Wichita area that they own that's sitting doing nothing. You say this is a small footprint,
every time we've talked about it, everybody has said, oh, it's just gonna be this little building here with these little 6 parking lots. But now, tonight I hear, it might be 3 of those. It's gonna spread. What's that do to my community? That's the problem. What's it do to my community? We've already got this problem. We put up with a lot of good stuff. But, yeah. No, we don't fuss about that. But my question, I mean, my situation is, and my problem is, you know, why do this in a residential community? That question has not been answered. You say you don't have room on campus, but the state, and this, you want it on state property, the state has other property. You know, I know, we all do. We don't want the spray. Go it with 3, and we're gonna put up a fence. Okay, great. Now, I will say this. If you can't find it in your heart to protect the community by denying this request, then at least let's have it moved to the back end of the property. Let's make it look like a house. The precedence has already been set, because it's been done in the city of Wichita before, where everybody approved this thing, and then the neighborhood came in, and I don't remember the address of the building.
Well, 21st and way up.
21st, yeah. And it was big house with the roof that nobody wanted. They came in and made it look like a resident. You can do that. You can do it. If you care about the community. That's all.
Yes, you go. Well, my question has to do with opening this public comment and the expiration date on this project. You said there's a time factor. What is it? I mean, if we open it, I mean, what kind of public comment are we talking about? At least what they did at College Hill, or it's still churning.
This is a good question because.
Oh, that's parking hooks and getting College Hill. We have people selling their homes now.
I would like to know the time frame, so that question opens up then an option for the DAB to refer for more community engagement. So let's know what's the time frame.
I would have to research that, but it's pretty tight. We were awarded this project 2 years ago, but got stuck in a myriad of contract negotiations. And then inflation costs hit and skyrocketed the price of steel, things like that. So we had to delay it to wait for those to come back down to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. So I don't know, but not significant delays. I mean, I couple weeks, maybe, not months, unfortunately.
I guess the tough thing is you will have some folks in this room who say, well, just because you have delays on material doesn't mean you have to have delays on communication in the neighborhood. And I would have to think that, and I'm kind of mentioning her name now in case she's still on, and when they take it back to DAB, she can get some input. But I would really like to know what the person, residents on here, some more residents, you will have the chance to speak, but I'm also, and Kayla would love to, when we come back to DAB, if you have thoughts from the Shocker Coalition, Neighborhood Coalition, and additional insights from that as well, we'd be appreciated.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, how long WNC has owned that plot of land? Is that something you guys acquired right before that you were after?
No, WSU has owned that since the development started. It's never been developed. Doesn't even have an address. It has a lot, and that's it.
Okay.
WSU will never put a home there. It will never be built as a residence.
I've got we kind of heard this zoning case a little more informal as we've had so many questions to the agent applicant. I feel like we're being a little more, which is fine, as long as we're not cross-talking with the agent applicant. I feel it's fine, especially, and that's on me because I did not let
That was my only question.
I didn't let Chelsea ask a question before she had asked, that's on me. Back to the public. Those questions are public.
Can I say something? We met today early in the neighborhood association meeting. Guys, we should opportunity to speak up. Speak up for the neighborhood. These guys, most of them know who I am already. And I am James Rose from the Curry Building Neighborhood Association. And what I'm hearing, this is something that, who knows, state of Kansas, the city of Wichita really needs school system. All that, because we got bond issue coming up here pretty soon, on the 25th of the month. And if this is going to improve, maybe let's cut some money out of that bond issue, I don't know. But somebody else needs to stand up and speak, maybe, let's stand up and speak. And, because these guys want to go home too, they got the other kids to get. And, anybody else want to speak this way?
Yeah, oh, you wanna speak first?
No, go ahead, Jane, somebody else will. Okay.
I'm Eugene Smith and I live on the other side of where they're gonna build this thing. And I would just want to tell you that, I am here to fight for my daughter. The house that we own, the property value. And I think I have the right to do that. I depend on you to help me do that. I'm not here to help Wichita State make money. That's what, Wichita State has plenty of money. They have plenty of money. We all know that. They can build this thing anyway. They have set up on their mind that this is where it's gonna be because these lines are running down through here. So what? That, they don't affect me any, you know, I'm not making any money out of it. But I just wanna let you know that the community looks to you all to protect us. I'm looking for you to protect my daughter so that she can inherit the house that we live in at a reasonable amount of money. Okay, that's the reason why we bought it. We bought it for her, because we're gonna die one day. And she's gonna inherit that. And I'm gonna ask you all to look at me. Look at me and my wife and daughter. For protection. That's all that we can do. I'm not here, like I said, to help Wichita State make money. They know that they can do this thing anywhere up there. They have property at 17th and 21st Street, a big field out there. They could build it there. It's away from the housing thing. They can build a doggone thing anywhere. He just made a statement a while ago about how the housing looks up there for the students. Well, I can understand that. Well, why can't you deny building something for the students? You ain't gonna do that. That's money. But I just want to let you know that I'm asking you for protection. That's what I'm asking you for. I don't know what anybody else here thinks. I'm asking you to help me protect my property values for my child. That's all I have to say.
Anybody else besides? Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Well, go ahead, I'm sorry. I just have another question too about possible property available to person hillside where WC had the dormitory or something. And then all those families. Yeah. Almost, I thought that's Wichita State property and that's why I don't think
That area already is under contract. The university's master plan is online because it's public documentation. We did a lot of focus groups and shared it. It was just updated recently. So all of the land is already designated. You can go look at, what it's designated for, contracts that it's under. There's only a couple of parcels left that haven't actually been fully developed and they're already spoken for.
17, that's some of those lots that, like, some folks are thinking about 17 residential projects, I understand.
Yeah. But I'm fine with it. You're right.
this is a complicated issue, I understand, there's probably a lot more moving parts than usual. I wanted to, if we take that with that, with nobody else.
Yeah, hold on a minute. It's very somebody that wasn't saying that we discussed today already. And, one thing, I don't understand that, maybe you can answer this. Why is this fit so much with this, like the lady here saying, can't see your name over there, I'm not sure I'm saying it too. And I agree with her 110%. Why is this on Fountain Street and couldn't be moved back over close to where we got our R&B coming in? Right to the fraternity for the guys meeting, why couldn't that be moved? And why is it the city is telling us what we can't put where we want to put it in our neighborhood? And that's what we were told in the things. But we were downtown last week.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I got one more. No, that one, that's good.
No. I want to get all your questions first.
Okay, that, and another one, and this will be for the developers, is if I say on that thing, we feel that is, I don't care what anybody says, I'm gonna say it, that's ugly. I do not want it in my neighborhood. Now, if you got something to cover it with, that's a different story. And I hear him talk about 21st Web, I went with that today. It do look like a house up there. Although it's a barn, it looked like a house. And it would be better than building around this thing, here, the cost shouldn't be that much more. But I guess what I'm hearing, this would have to be the format, that it would have to be built in, because it would pull all the high electronic costs and all that. But we need to do something better than what we got here. And I agree with everything everybody says, and I thank you for your comments. I thank you for your comments, because you spoke the truth. You spoke the truth. We want something that we want. And I've heard that we can't bump WSU, and you also here tonight that in our neighborhood, we fought that I've been here since 1985. I started work when you were just a little guy. But I've seen the changes go in the city, and we have kept our mouth shut most of the time, not all the time. Lost mail service, lost this and that because of the issue of the students. But we are a community, and I just want to say that.
I'll answer the question. So, and I think this dovetails in the question that came up earlier about what conditions can we apply to this one. So, so similar to the case that was earlier about the neighborhood or neighborhood retail. With conditions, you can have conditions on aesthetics, on appearance. You can have conditions on location. So where is something on the site? You can add, there's already screening requirements that this has to comply with. There's already landscaping requirements that this has to comply with. If you want to do something more than that, then you can. If you do something less than that, you require something else, but it we're headed that direction. So if you have that freedom, I guess it's up to you about what are you interested in, what would work, what's feasible. I think those are the challenges.
There's also, I guess y'all can also have the option, you also have the option of seeing it like a 1 month, make the agent applicant. Certainly speak with more than neighborhood association as well as the Shocker Neighborhood Coalition. Is that in the time frame? You gotta know.
Well, highlight on that one is that it is scheduled to go to the city council. So what will happen is if you move for a deferral, it will be seen as a recommendation to the city council that they defer it so that you can hear it again. So your action will not guarantee that it will come back. It will be up to the city council.
Our action doesn't ever appear. I do, I want to make sure before we take that down, everyone on first have a chance. Say, so that we have all the feedback.
I'd like to add one more thing. As far as communication, we've been communicating with the community for months now. I've been knocking on doors. There's been a group of us that have been going and canvassing the neighborhood and leaving materials. We had an open forum this month last year. We've had it in the news. We've gone to the public library. We've gone multiple places. This has been discussed at multiple places. met with this group today and I hear everything we talked about this all day and I understand completely all of the concerns, but we have been working and talking with the community for months now.
So I got one based on today's feedback. Would y'all be amenable to require, I know you said it's in the site plan, but requiring under conditional use, there should be no issue with shrubbery or whatever else. So they all open to such aesthetic considerations, conditions on this, it got to be.
I have no authority to agree to anything new tonight. I don't have that authority. I can take it back, but I'm here to present what's already been put together.
Still worth seeing.
Yeah, the shrubbery and the fencing are already requirements. They're already in there.
And included to obstruct the view of that.
Yeah.
Talking about completely overhauling the facade would be a much more in-depth, because it would add considerable cost potentially
I
too.
would say, I live across the street and they did come by 2 months ago, knocking on doors and giving out information. That's first.
One of the things.
There's no meeting or anything like this, there's no meeting.
I can see how this can be, because obviously, there's a topic as we're going through it right now. But one of the things I would really consider, protecting the property values, protecting the piece of great daughter. And clearly, there's still areas why we did that, protecting the future for your children also involves. Even yourself as a taxpayer, if you're involved with the internet, costs $3.10 a unit, it's insensitive. And accessibility, to privacy is critical, so I can see how that could be a very much argument. For a few of the factors for approval, so I didn't want to there. I can see our arguments going back and forth that way. The other thing I worry about that is I used to do work on this campus and that is not a monstrosity compared to what they could build there. And which would be in the character of the neighborhood, which is their little districts around the innovation campus, these colossal high density workplace buildings or startups. That's very much something that could go in there. That would be, in my opinion, as much as it may have a little bit of more color and design involved, it's going to be massive, massively as well, and likely much taller. So that is something I would want folks to consider as well. Consider that the zoning is allowed, that literally that utility is allowed within. So yeah. You know, we're gonna. Are you all cool with one more public comment? That I just don't want to get locked. I don't want to keep taking that.
So I don't know how to say this, except to try to. So it sounds like from what the presentation tonight, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Is tonight, so, but bear with me, but it sounds like it was picked, you got the grant, you set it up. It was decided on this plot of land, lot, and then it's a done deal, and then you're asking the neighbors, going to the neighbors after it's already a done deal. For approval, or what are you asking the neighbor?
When we initially planned this, everyone thought that this pocket of land that the university owns is part of the university overlay. Just like the other plots of land that were discussed across from 21st and Hillside. Even the city was surprised that this was not part of the university overlay, which means that the taxpayers own it. And so the states, I don't know, Scott, help me out what university overlay means, but everybody thought this plot was part of it. So we didn't go ahead of the grant and ask because we did not know that we needed it.
That's what's like one of the delays is essentially one map had it as the university overlay.
And another.
And then we discovered someone's like, this may not be. And then we had to spend a bunch of time reconciling which was correct. So you're digging through filings, you're going through you're reverse engineering the whole process to be like, oh my gosh, they left this out. It did, and verifying this did get left out. And we found that out in August.
So we've been working on it as soon as we confirmed that was it. And again, the state was confused, the city was confused. there wasn't anybody that, it took us that long to get a final. This is not part of the university's overlay. This is, actually city property and needs to go through this process. So we had already had the grant for over a year at that time.
Don't know how the city or all the universities can be confused. This is not the first fight we've had over that property. There's no insurance in that. The university should, and the city should.
I just want to get this back to the Dow so that they can debate, make a motion. Everyone else fine, everyone else had a chance to talk. Bring it back to the Dow. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
I don't know how long you've been in the position on it, but do you have any idea about when the last parcel of land on innovation campus was spoken?
Was spoken for?
Correct, like under contract, that you couldn't change what you're gonna do.
The master plan was just updated and released a few months ago, and it has all of that information on it.
Was there still open parcels of land? Like, when that master plan came out?
No, the whole thing is
Yeah, that's
fully
that's
planned.
my question.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't have a master plan in front of me or.
No, it's all been spoken. Yes, if that's the
My
master,
question is for how long?
different, all of it is different. I'd have to go look it up. The master plan has that information. We could go look it up. I don't have that memorized.
Okay.
It's way too much. 200 acres is more than I can memorize.
Right, no, I appreciate that.
Right, I understand that, but I can completely understand why residents would be frustrated to say part of their role in this is the discussion in looking at all the land you have available during the process. For that input, besides saying, we have a contract signed, this is the only land available, after then saying, well, for the last couple of years, Innovation Campus has covered these plots. I can understand that frustration.
So here's where I'm going, but where I'm going is that I heard that this has been something that you guys have been working on for 2 years. So I assume for now that it's the only property that WSU owns in the area that will continue to use for this, so for at least 2 years. Right?
It's the property that was designated as part of this, yes. And this is, we gave you, this is where the cabling is, this is where there is.
We
this
looked at a couple
much
different
land.
plots. We started this conversation in spring of 2022. And we looked at multiple parcels of land.
Lots and lots.
Lots.
Okay.
And the problem is, we decided on this one. It was by far the best piece. The other ones all were in a similar aspect. They weren't on main campus. Everything on main campus was spoken for. They were all off on other sides of the street, abutting Central View residential. Since then, we picked this plot. This parcel made the most sense. Move forward. Since then, every other parcel we looked at has now been contracted out, allocated elsewhere. So we can't go back to any of those. That's part of the problem is in that process. This facility realistically should have been opened almost a year ago until we ran into all these issues and we're navigating through it, trying to figure out what happened and put delays on that. So.
Okay, and I think that answers more of my question is that there were still other places that could have been put when this project started. It's just that you guys decided that this was the best spot to put.
Yes, and those other ones were also residential adjacent as well.
This gets to my point that Wichita State University is a master of presenting a leading choice. You clearly have already picked this thing so far down the road that the only way to change it is to scratch it. And now you're here asking if it's okay. I don't care how many doors you knocked on. I'm hearing from residents that there were no meetings. And I, in full disclosure, a long ass time ago, used to work at WSU. And I understand how WSU works. We had the biggest argument just on the other side of campus when WSU wanted to gentrify 17th Street. And that's what that neighborhood is. We went all through this. And again, it was Wichita State that already in their master plan decided what they were going to do. And then after the fact, they came to the community and they presented and inclusion of children. So from what I hear, we're stuck with either we get a great building, or we get a building that looks like a house, or we get a threat that it's all gonna disappear. And I don't know, but like the whole, well, if we do anything to touch it, it could all blow up in our faces. I don't know how many times I've heard somebody come to this bad with that. I don't like it.
So that is my neighborhood. Our neighborhood is massive. And a lot of times people think of North Beach, Burgess, and stuff like that. Our neighborhood is massive and it's a beautiful area. Like, I'm down on 27 and Oliver Terrace, whatever. Like, all of that is connected. It's beautiful. I love it over there. I've been there forever. Yeah, first of all, we never want to get threats. I think it's inappropriate to threaten the community about that. Don't do that. There's been no happen. I think that's inappropriate. So I think us even if that would be still be very important. And we always talk about the integrity of our communities. And we have been seeing our communities demolished. College Hill, they will be here in a heartbeat to take it for their communities. And lots of times we listen to the residents. I think it's a great tool. I mean, I'm a techie. I love internet. I have a TV in every house, every room in my house, except the bathroom. That's next. But I have a TV everywhere. I have Alexa in every room. I have speakers. I'm techie. Right? So I understand it and I want it, to be perfectly honest. I think we need that technology, but not at the cost of residents losing the integrity of their communities. If we can't come to a mutual agreement, and I know you said you don't want it at all. We've seen it happen on 21st and Web, another affluent community. So I want us to think of every community as affluent because people live there. And there's nothing more valuable than someone's life. So every community is affluent. And we can do something on 21st and Web, but we can do it on 21st and Fountain. It's simple as that. And so I think that we do need to come to an agreement on that and say, we will move it forward with these conditions. The facade has to be changed, period. It has to be changed. That building is just not gonna work. It does say that it'll put the shrubs and bushes up, but that's not enough. And we all know it. We talked about the property over there on, Central and Oliver, when they get ready to build something, and look at the wooden fence by Burger King, and it's beat up and raggedy. It's not serving the purpose as a barrier between the business and the community. So we have an opportunity to really say, we want a real barrier. Let's do it the right way this time. We want the facade of the house to be beautiful, and we also want the Sherwood. We want it all. We get what we want and you all get what you want. I think it's a nice compromise. Let's bring in technology. Let's bring in optic fiber, cable, whatever you call it. It's gonna be underground. It's gonna be amazing. Let's do it. But at the same time, let's preserve the integrity of our community. So that would be my motion. Scott, you gotta help me. Okay. That we make a motion that we approve it with the following conditions. Now, come in, Scott, and help me.
Okay, what do you want?
The facade, the example is 21st and Web Road.
Okay.
We want the facade to look like the character of the neighborhood, which is a house.
Okay.
There's homes over there.
Yeah, lots of natural stone too that speaks to the era of the house. So like the 60s and 70s. I think we need to speak to that architectural style. I don't know if we can bring in somebody that could,
I just want to throw out.
We
need, sorry, I didn't need her. No, I love your.
I just want to get respect to Wanda that she's in the middle of making a motion.
So Scott, help me, how do we say something about the facade to look like the character of the neighborhood, which is,
Okay, okay, so ideally you would have a way that can be measured, right? You would have something objective Unfortunately, I think that's gonna be really difficult at this time, so I think if you make it a little subjective and you can say something on the order of. We want it to reflect the residential character of the neighborhood. This may include, so you give them, you say may, so that it's got some options, but may include. Similar stone or brick veneer. Now, a question that I have for you is, you know, this is a one-story building, this is square. Do you want a roof on this thing? Are you talking about like a roof, or are you envisioning that there would be some?
It's not good.
And it's gonna grow. It's gonna grow. They're gonna bring in other mods.
So I'm gonna go back to the motion we have. Plus, we have the first point down or no?
Ivy stone, gray.
Exterior, that reflects the residential character of the surroundings.
Also, you want landscape.
It's already in there.
Can we say, can we reference specifically the character of the neighborhood to the north?
I like that.
Two color, yes.
Other thing that I heard this community say is that if there's a possibility to push it back a little bit.
Yes, so you can,
What is the, what do you call it? How much, what is the distance already that's set in the? Yeah, what is the setback already?
the setback on that, it's, yeah, it'd be 25 feet because it's in SF5. So unless, I didn't see supplementary use regulations identified in this one.
I think the building itself is set back about 60 or 70 feet from the curb currently. The building itself is about, if you ask this question at lunch today, the building is about 60 or 70 feet back from the property line, or from the curb. The 25-foot requirement, we over doubled that.
Yeah, the site plan shows 57 feet from, there's the structure before you get to it, so yeah, I think that's right, 60 to 70 feet, somewhere in there.
And if they're going to expand by bringing out their modules in, I think they're gonna need right behind that. Goes in, I think we're gonna want to get out in front of that. So, you wanna say something about when it expands?
Well, I just think that any expansion should still reflect the current model.
Okay. In terms of, if the objective is to ensure that all subsequent units would be located to the west, I mean, you can simply say, you can either do it two ways. You can say something as simple as any additional structures on the height shall be located to the west of what's shown on the site plan, or what you can do is you can specify that all structures would, all structures on the property would be located 70 feet away from, 70 feet to the west of Fountain, or whatever measure of distance you want. Those are the two ways I can think of.
They have the space to work.
So, okay, let me start over. Karen, you got this. It's already in there. The shrubbery is already in there. So that's already.
The shrubbery is covered, because it's shown, what's shown on the site plan, right? So if there's anything that you want that's on the site plan, then that needs to be specified, but it sounds like everyone's comfortable with that. So it's what it is so far.
Okay, so. Approve. Recommend to approve with the following amendment. Is it an amendment?
Conditions, yeah.
Additional conditions that the building reflects the character of the neighborhood
to the main.
The exterior, the character of the neighborhood,
Okay, how about the exterior reflects the residential character of the neighborhood to the north of the subject site.
right, so the exterior reflects the character of the neighborhood to the north.
Of the subject site, that just kind of gives you general parameters.
And any subsequent additions,
Okay.
actually.
In the north of that.
North Bay.
Okay, north and.
Okay.
I am, I feel like I am one of the smartest cookies in the bag. I have an MBA, but geography is not my thing. Northeast. Okay. We got a text.
Is there a third one? Did you say something about 70 feet west? or
Right, so
something?
there was 60 feet with 70 feet or.
Well,
Do we have to, that's.
so far, I've got one that says, move to approve with the additional condition that the exterior reflects the residential character of the neighborhood to the north and east of the subject site. And then number two, what is number two?
If it can be.
Any okay, so you want the first one to be pushed back?
First one, and any subsequent structures to reflect the character of the exteriors, right?
Okay, so then, no, the first one will cover any subsequent structures that you need. And then the second one is then that in terms of the location, so what I understand is if you want this one to be located, is it as far to the west as possible, or do you want this one located where it's shown on the site plan and any of the other ones located?
The first one, look back.
They don't see it. So we could just say he was like, yeah.
Well, what if there was a stipulation that the first building would have at least 57 feet or whatever is on the scripture. Step back from the mountain with all terms of construction having to be built.
And it's already been put that.
Yeah.
It already is, but.
They call them like word, like.
That the structure, the building itself has to be set back 70 feet from north. It can't build any closer than north.
Well, you added the thing about it, they add the mod.
And then all subsequent buildings would have to be built west.
West.
West of the first.
That makes sense, Sal?
Yep.
You know, I'm not the owner of the building, but I think it's a great compromise. We get technology that we absolutely need, and the community is still being developed.
Yeah, I'm not trying to blow $5 million.
I got it. We gotta get you a second first.
Yeah.
We need a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Any final discussion before taking a vote? Michaela, do you have anything to say on this, especially with the Shocker neighborhood village?
I actually am going to have to abstain from this, but I would say my office working closely with the community is available to help with outreach at any time in this process.
So just a clarification, staff clarification question here, it's just that this is a recommendation for approval with all the conditions that are recommended by staff, plus the additional condition for right?
All right, any further discussion on this? Wanda, any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the Wanda's motion? to set staff recommendations plus the additional conditional uses respecting the residential characteristics of the neighborhoods to the north and the east, and being respectful to building setback, the fountain, and all subsequent development west of the first building site. Is that correct? Just want to be clear for the minutes. All right, that is the motion. All in favor, positive sign. Aye. Any opposed? One opposed. Any online opposed? I want to get that opposed. Any online opposed? Two abstentions. So how many we have online?
Who are the two abstentions?
Two abstentions will be Taylor and Pete.
Caitlin Chady.
So that we have 8 and 7. Is that 7 in favor, 2 abstentions, 1 against? Does that sound right? 7. Sorry.
So 7 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions.
Correct.
Who seconded it?
Mary Beth.
Thank you.
I mean, no, not a note to this, I'm not hearing, yes.
I see.
Yes, plus, you're not sure.
And Katie abstained? You abstained? Okay.
I don't know who can address this tonight, but the question was the property values in the area. Now, I know, Tom, you say this will affect the property value. But nobody can guarantee this, okay?
So it's a question, what's gonna happen to the property
Yeah,
values?
will they go up, will they go down? I know they're going up, that's not that nice. But, they going with the tax.
Mr. Roseborough, let's, actually, why don't you come down to the office, we can go visit with the appraiser. That's probably
Yeah,
the best.
that's not like
Property values, it's a little bit complicated because it talks about comps.
Yeah.
You gotta talk about what's going on in the area, so let's give it the appraiser, they're gonna be the expert. Okay, you ready for the next one? Okay. CUP 2448, this is a major amendment to a CUP. So a CUP is another layer of zoning that's over the base zoning, for, specifically for commercial, uses. So the property is currently zoned LC, it's in the same neck of the woods where the previous case. This one's on Oliver and 21st Street. And the property owner is requesting an amendment to the CUP because the CUP restricts the maximum building coverage, maximum building floor area, and floor area ratio. The reason why they require the is because they want to use the property, the subject site for residential development. And residential development often has a greater coverage. So, here's the aerial. So you can see, where it's located. It's currently undeveloped. There are apartment buildings to the north. There's a retail store to the south. To the east is warehouse, self-storage, and multifamily. And then to the west is warehouse, self-storage. Let's go ahead and go to the next page. Here's the zoning map. So again, this is the base zoning. Let's go to the, so it's commercial. Recommended for new residential, but also employment is kind of that crosshatch right on the edge mix. So this is the site photos, again, undeveloped. There's a cell tower in the area. We talked just briefly about the uses next. Okay, and that's the storage units, I think, to the, oh, let's go back to that first graphic, the black and white one. There you go. This is a illustration of the CUP. The CUP is quite large. Covers quite a few parcels of this area. Okay, so let's go to the staff report.
The background.
Yeah. So again, oh, do we need to share our screen? There we go. In the interest of time, I think I've covered most of the background. Can we go to page 5 and probably the most important part, which is the actual text of the CUP. Here we go. So here's in red is what the applicant is requesting to change. And again, the reason for this is that they're wanting to use the property for residential, and that requires the greater coverage because parking is like this much there. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
A couple of questions. One thing is confusing. The
Okay.
front says major amendment.
Yep.
And then background is requesting a minor amendment.
Oh, no.
And the summary that came out to us said minor amendment.
Okay.
That's one thing. And the other thing that would be helpful, these summaries that come out to us, if you could just put an address, because I went exactly to where it said. Northwest corner of 25th Street in North Carolina.
Uh-huh.
And
And
that's a
that's
dollar,
not-
that's not, I mean, that's a dollar.
Yeah.
And so I was confused, so in some of these 6, some of them have legit addresses, I can find them. Others, not so much, and so I completely missed this because I got Dollar Tree, I'm gonna do something minor,
Okay.
right? So that's one thing, and then my next question specific to this is do these percentage changes that they requested, are they consistent with residential placement? You know, according to city ordinances or law.
Okay, so the first one is on building height. That is consistent with SF5 zoning.
Okay.
Zoning is the same, 35 feet, what's allowed there.
Okay.
In terms of the coverages, those, we don't really have anything specific in our guidelines. This is honestly, this is what they, just happens to be what they proposed at the first outset when they created this. And now they want to modify it. They don't have a good rule of thumb to say yay or nay, this is really bad or this is really good. It's just a matter of, yeah, we think we don't think this is egregious. We don't think it's gonna cause bad harm or anything to anyone. We think this is realistic. Yeah.
Right, that's helpful, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
I was curious of how many cases, what cases have we been dealing with these SCRs yet? Just any color on the background since we've had the licensing in place. Are you seeing it utilized? Because I know.
Oh, this one's actually a different one.
Oh,
This is one before you
Sorry,
get that one.
Yeah, so maybe Got excited.
It's a good question, but yeah.
My apologies. All right. Agent applicant time, we have a lot of questions.
Sir, Lord Avon, the hearing, you'd like to answer any question?
They want to put the little apartments there.
Any questions around?
And this isn't like, this isn't like.
14. Just start.
Like apartment house.
It's totally different.
And this is gonna take place in it looks like it's like a vacant warehouse that's pretty big.
It's fine, I think.
It is fine.
And this is part of that parcel.
Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of the parking area that is north of that.
Still behind the family college.
Okay, it's a very north end, like where the building was. They're pulling it down at some point. They're buying some apartment type housing.
Anything else? Back with
Actually, I just like a question about, if someone's smarter than you explain what the floor area. You're there. Either way. No, you go ahead. It's a percentage of the building versus the ballpark. You have the floor area, then you have the. So the story.
It's floor area, you measure how much area is divided by the floor. Add that all up and then the percentage of the area.
There's a different way of measuring coverage. It's
Yeah.
a different way. Okay.
You want X amount on a plot of land to be developed, depending on how it's zoned.
It's a way they control density.
Yeah.
It- That's sufficient for my question.
Are there any other questions? Public? Final motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve with seven conditions, is there a second?
Yes.
Second. All in favor of approving the staff recommendations, say aye, positive sign. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, it's unanimous. You're not.
Okay, so let's.
Thank you.
On 247, this is a conditional use to allow for short-term rental. This one is located at 227 North Baton. So it's near First and Baton. Two is a short-term rental. This in 2023, the city council made changes to the zoning code to make short-term rentals legal. But if it's not owner occupied, that's required a zoning approval. And those are done as administrative permits. In addition, it would require an annual license, but this is really concerning the zoning portion. So the owner did apply for the administrative permit. We did the notification process through that, which means that notification goes out to all of the abutting contiguous properties. So all the properties that would touch it, plus minus, those that are across the street as well, 2 minutes up the street. If more than 50% of the owners protested, then it is not approved, and then the owner has the opportunity to apply for conditional use. So in this case, after the close of the 14-day protest period, the 6 valid protests were received, and that resulted in 100% of the eligible properties protested. So the administrative permit was denied. The owner applied for the conditional use, and so that's why it's here. Now, the adjacent zoning land use, all of the adjacent properties are zoned SF5, without the single family dwellings. In terms of public services that are all available here, community investments being plan, we find that it's in conformance with both that and the Wichita Place people plan and the recommendation from staff is for approval, subject to some conditions that are listed on page 3. The golden factors are on page 4. There's a number of, I won't go through those, but I do want to point out number 7, which is at the time the staff report was prepared, staff had not received any public comment. However, since then we have received comments, and some of those are included in here. Also, we'll go through at the MAPC. Planning Commission recommended for denial on this one. And the protest period is currently going on. And then with the graphics, here's the site plan that was submitted. Next one. Here's the aerial photo. Next one. Here's the zoning map, SF5 surrounding. Next one. This is the map from the comprehensive plan recommending residential use. Next one. And here are photos from the site and the surrounding properties. Next one.
Does it?
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions, expired.
And for denial,
They did, the MAPC recommended denial.
which is it from MAPD?
That's right. MAPD is a planning partner, so that's staff.
You said approve, they want approval, right? The MAPC is denied.
And MAPC planning commission recommended denial.
I guess my question I asked
Yeah, sure.
too early, what, I'm just trying to understand what context is being when the first came through district one with SCRs.
Sure.
Your experience with current ordinance regulations, are you seeing trends of what this city residents are wanting? Is it more general frustration with the ordinance not being easier enough, things like that?
That's a tricky question. In terms of trends, what we're seeing is that before, the city required licensing and zoning, I think we had somewhere close to 600 of them that we were looking at. And we contract with the system that uses artificial intelligence to locate where they are and see if they're in compliance or not. Since that was put in place, the number of them dropped. And I think it was somewhere hovering around like 500. I think we're in that ballpark. It's been steadily increasing, slowly, but it dropped off really shortly. In terms of discussion, I think the same debates and discussion are taking place as when the city council first considered the regulations and whether or not they were a good fit for Wichita. And some of that includes, clustering of the distance separation, impacts to the housing market, versus also the opportunity for people to have a residential setting when they want to come visit, the opportunity to host large gatherings, application facility, different kind of amenities that you would normally find in a hotel. So, there's trade-offs on both sides. We continue to hear that discussion debate.
Is there any way we can somehow control the use of these properties as party houses? Not that I don't want somebody's family to come in and have a great time with the kids, but I've got family in Denver and Topeka, so it would be great for me. These neighbors who are having a problem with some of these short-term rentals.
So in this case, with this one, because it's a conditional use, if you do find that they're not in compliance with the requirements of the city, they lose that conditional use. The other thing too is that there's a license process, and with that license, we ended up going, I think, with two strikes on that one, because I think 3 was gonna be too long. It's gonna take past 12 months by the time enforcement took place. But if they are found in violation of the licensing required, they lose the license.
And in this particular one, I'm not in a position to go and check that the information given to it is absolutely factual, but it's alarming that, the neighbors might feel that they have been misled pretty substantially. So.
I'll hear from the applicant and the neighbors on that one, so.
I have a question. Is this current short-term rental operating legally?
No.
Is it not operating legally?
The current one?
Well, this application that we're referring to, 22705. So we followed due process as put forward. And we are still in the process of this decision. Are we still in compliance with all the rules?
I understand some frustration here, because you are now coming into this process just really only 6 months after the city, or like not too far since the city put it in place. So we are in due process, and we are following the process. But what one of the realities of this process is, because it's a formal zoning process now versus before, where folks just listed the properties as STR. So your neighbors, just like any zoning case, have protests say as a part of that due process. Because of the protest amount that, if it falls with the zoning cases, it will require a supermajority for approval when it comes to that. I understand, he understands what process is going on.
Yeah, it's. How many protests received?
You said 100%.
Well, that was for the administrative permit. So for this case, it'll be a separate protest. In terms of whether or not you're in compliance, it's not legally cannot be operated as a short-term rental right now until you receive the zoning permission. Otherwise, it's operating against the zoning.
When we questioned, after the meeting, he said we were still in compliance.
Yeah,
they were operating because we were the judgment has not been finalized, and these were all
Yes.
recommendations.
That's, okay, yes, so there was a grace period that was implemented when the city council changed the regulations. That grace period has since expired, so people who are not entered into the process, submitted an application, you have enforcement action going against them. We've got several cases that were in court this week. So in this case, you're not in that situation because you have applied.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that you have the zoning approval. We'll have to see how the process goes.
We weren't made aware of that, so just so it's clear, we did clarify with a committee member after the meetings and were informed that we were still able to fulfill the commitments that
Yeah, there's no-
accepted prior to that.
And there's no enforcement action that will be taken against you for that while you're in this process. But if the process comes out, the decision was made that, no, it's not approved, then you have a violation, yes.
There will be a grace period.
No, and after the decision, if it's denied, that's it.
Clarification. Do you want to provide any remarks, remarks or questions, whatever,
No, I'll take a question.
Okay. Question from that. We will now take it to the public, because you can see your comments with that as well as ask the question that we can allow the agent to respond to that.
You go.
One online would like to see. Okay, would y'all want that person to go first? Sure.
I think.
It'd be interesting to the narrative, I think. Okay. You're on mute, Liz.
Hey, ma'am, you're on mute.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My name is Elizabeth Barker and I live I own the property catty corner across the street from this property. I am going to, I hope you don't mind, I'm going to read what I sent into the zoning, because I already have that prepared. I am a licensed realtor selling residential real estate in Wichita, Kansas, and also in St. Louis, Missouri. I would like to voice my strong opposition to changing zoning for 227 North Batten to accommodate the property as a short-term rental. Here are a few reasons why. When Mr. Liu purchased the property, he represented to the listing agent that he would in fact be living there. The house was being sold in distress through Freddie Mac, and the first 30 days on the market, it was to be sold only for owner occupancy. Anyone using it as an investment could not make an offer until after the 30 days. Mr. Liu represented he would be an owner occupant and purchased the house within the first 9 days. He has never lived there. He has said he was going to use it as a rental. At either long or short term, he wouldn't have been able to submit an offer until the home had been on the market 30 days, had he said that. Number two, once he started working on the house, he told other neighbors he was working on it for he and his family of 4 daughters to move into. They have never lived there. After the zoning meeting, when he was told to cease and desist while the process is being resolved, he continues to rent it as a short-term rental. As a neighbor, we have no idea who's going to be staying at any of these houses. Between the shooting/murder at 254 North Batten, which is on the same block, and the amount of marijuana smoke coming out of 227, it is obvious that the owners of these properties care zero about the neighborhood and protecting the quality of life for the neighbors. No one wants any of them if they're going to be one-night stays. There are 2 other short-term rentals on the same block operating illegally, 254 North Batten and 233 North Batten. It is my understanding that 254 also It is my understanding that 254 also had all neighbors protest. She chose not to continue with the process, said she'd move in there, and is still using it as a short-term rental. As I mentioned, I am a realtor in the states of Kansas and Missouri. If someone listed their home for sale and a buyer asked if there were short-term rentals in the neighborhood, it would legally have to be disclosed. While I don't have a crystal ball, I can say with 15 years of experience, That would drive most buyers away if they knew, and if they did continue with the purchase, it would certainly drive the price down, especially with 3 on one block. Changing it from from 7 nights to 1 night has made it far worse for the neighbors. The transient nature of 1-night stays invite people of all kinds. The 7-night minimum at least gave the idea that maybe we could cut down on a party. St. Louis and surrounding areas have recently changed the short-term rental laws. Some interesting takeaways that I've learned. Due to the number of problems they've had with STRs, a new policy went into place November of 2024, changing the minimum length to 2 nights. One owner can have no more than 4 short-term rentals. If any short-term rental receives 3 nuisance complaints, the license for that property is suspended. And I believe Wichita is 2, so we're better off there. A few of the suburbs have gone a step further and added that short-term rentals must be owned and licensed in the owner's actual name, and no LLCs are allowed. This actually makes the owner more responsible, as they are on the hook, so to speak, for any legal problems arising. No limited liability protections. And this would have made a huge difference on the shooting at 254. She was never prosecuted for a murder occurring because she broke the law. Of the suburbs I looked at in St. Louis and surrounding areas, the city of St. Louis actually looks at the permit locations on a map before granting a new permit. If there are too many in the area, it is denied. One suburb I looked at, Webster Groves, goes as far as having a mapped out zone where short-term rentals are allowed. Everywhere else they are excluded. Lastly, in referencing rezoning item number 58 that we spoke about a little bit ago, you mentioned that it was in a single-family neighborhood, and one of your reasons for denial that you just gave us was it would be busting up the block. This block on Batten has already been broken up, and I'm hoping we can just stop this already. And when discussing the rezoning of 282, the concern was the integrity of the neighborhood. I haven't heard anyone from the city worry about the integrity of our neighborhood in Crown Heights. Thank you for taking my time to listen to my comments. Again, and for the record, I am making record that I have strong opposition to Mr. Liu's request for a zoning change.
I'm just clarifying, I'm trying to get a conditional use permit and not trying to rezone anything.
Well, from what I understand, Scott, please correct me if I'm wrong, when the city updated the ordinance, it basically triggers that to have a short-term rental is essentially a zoning change request, which is why you're getting that, we're going through a conditional use process, and why residents have a protest option as if it is a zoning request change request from residential to commercial, for example. Because in a way, the city is basically saying, this is a zoning change request from single family residential to some form of commercial hotel or Airbnb through this classification. I can understand the confusion because usually the conditional uses in different cases. So far, if you'll have I will definitely give you an opportunity once everyone's doing the comments. If you would like to respond to everything when you get once you remember what so you can say that. Anyone else have comments?
Okay, I'm Brinley Loon. This is our first house. This is my husband Jacob. We have lived in Denver. I did travel nursing during COVID. And so we got to see a bunch of different areas. And we're from Wichita. Love the community of Wichita. Crown Heights especially has a really cool community. You walk your dog, you're saying hi to 15 people. One of our old teachers lives there. It's just a really cool community. Even my brother who comes from Denver is like, I'm so jealous of this. This is like a Hallmark movie. Like, it's wild. It was our favorite thing. Liz actually made us cookies, so we lived in like a movie. Not real. And it's been so much fun. It's our first home, and like everyone said, you slowly start to see these neighborhoods that are not in like a traditional east side setting get broken up, and it truly changes the dynamic of the community greatly. He's been around a lot, and I've never gotten to talk to him. And every morning I get up for work in the dark. That's pretty scary, going to work in the dark when people a house down from me. I don't know who they are. That's freaky as a woman. You just always have to be concerned about that. our neighborhood's so safe, like I said, people are always, we could go out of town, they're watching our house, whereas Liz is across the street watching our house, there's Carol, Lisa, all these people. A lot of people don't know and talk to their neighbors all the time. So that's my first thing, and then second was just the safety thing. And then third, I did want to say, and we already addressed it, but there were people staying at the short-term rental during the 2 weeks that no one was supposed to be there. So that was another thing that was frustrating, but you just don't want to see your neighborhood get broken up. And then Councilmember Johnson actually said it earlier too, that Wichita is facing a housing crisis. Those are the houses that people can afford, listed at these relatively normal prices, and people can't buy those houses because someone else is making a profit off of it. So we have these issues and we could address them. And sometimes it just is as simple as saying no short-term rentals in houses that are affordable to people to actually own, because it makes a huge difference. And now that you know what it feels like to own, you want your neighborhood to be nice, you want your house to be nice, to take care of it, it means something to you. That's all.
And welcome to
Yeah.
Yeah, so I will, I guess, introduce myself as Jacob, husband. And I don't need to repeat everything she said because you did a good job, but I'll just give an example of the house on the corner that Liz mentioned that is operating as short-term rental illegally. Literally, the day after we had that first meeting about this short-term rental, I'm walking my dogs around our neighborhood, and these two dogs come out of that backyard where the short-term rental was staying, and they attacked our two dogs. And so, like, you can't control who's staying there, you can't control what they do. And just to be walking your dog and then, two dogs come up and attack them, that's a little frustrating in the neighborhood. So that's just the 2 cents I'll add. But I would like to keep our neighborhood a neighborhood because we do like our neighbors. I mean, we're here together, and we just enjoy the fact that we know them. And if we need an egg, we can go over and get an egg, or vice versa. So we just want it to stay that way. So that's all.
Put down the line. They're doing great. I think that's going to, but we live directly south of the property in question. And one of the priorities, I hear a lot about places for people, Wichita Places for People. When I was looking that up on the website, the first part of that vision is strong neighborhoods. So how does that align? I'm really struggling with that. It's if you think about it, it's we're speaking up for a long-standing zoning in a neighborhood that's built strong community. That's what this Places for People seems to be about for me. We've been in Crown Heights for over 20 years. I've been home. Now every time I drive down my street, I have a pit in my stomach, not knowing what's going on next door, what's going to be rolling up next door. It's an unstaffed, unmonitored hotel. It's anonymous, but it's just really unsettling to live next door to this. When we decided to buy our home in Crown Heights, we didn't decide to live next to a hotel. And we definitely didn't decide to live next to a hotel that's not staffed and it doesn't have the resources on site to care for the community, its neighbors, or the people who are actually doing business with that property owner. I've got lots I can go on. Let's see here. Yeah, this when the applicant, they purchased the property, they knew it was in an area that was zoned for homes. It wasn't zoned for short-term rentals. I can go through the golden rules. Those were mentioned at the Metropolitan Area Planning Committee. I've got 1, 3, 5, at least
3, 5, and 8.
Oh, and 8, yes. So I can expound on how short-term rentals, how denying that the short-term rental would actually be aligned with those golden rules. And we're here tonight because 100% of the neighbors, when first asked about the change to the zoning, 100% said no, thank you. We had, they wanted to do the conditional use, so we went to the planning commission, the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission meeting. And they decided that it was in the best interest of the community to recommend the denial. But we're here again tonight just because of the disregard for the community sentiment on that. It's that type of hollowing out of a community that it's gonna eat away at Wichita. It's not gonna be places for people in strong communities. I've got questions and I think one, but I'll help her.
I just want to thank the DAB for letting us come and have this opportunity to voice our opinion. You know, our neighborhood is our home. It's where we go, where we can relax, let our hair down, so to speak. Go to sleep and feel comfortable. Everyone wants to feel comfortable in their homes. This change has made us feel uncomfortable in our homes. I have a connection to this neighborhood longer than I've had a connection to any neighborhood ever. I've been in the District 1 for most of my life, but I have lived in other cities. I've lived in another country as well. But when we decided to have a child, we came back to Wichita and we came to Crown Heights. To get historic, I guess. My wife and I met in high school, and we celebrated on the very block that we live in. We celebrated her 18th birthday at a friend's house.
Just a couple years ago.
Invested in this neighborhood. I mean, we really are invested in this neighborhood. I went to Hyde Elementary School. It's walking distance from my home. I walk by it, 4 or 5 times a week with my dog. Say hi to Jacob and many other people. I went to Robinson Junior High School. They called it junior high back then, now it's called middle school. My name is actually on a plaque in Robinson. I've won the Charles E. Robinson Citizenship Award. I think not too my horn, but I am invested in this neighborhood. I really don't want to see it hollowed out. That's pretty much what I have to say.
Anybody else?
First response.
I appreciate your concerns. I appreciate the community. I feel like I'm being discriminated against about.
I'd love you to move in for your family. I would wave at you and say,
I appreciate that too. So prior to that, we had plans to move in due to personal changes, which are irrelevant. We didn't. I think I moved in there for like 2 weeks, personally. And that was it. But based off of personal decisions within my family, we felt that wasn't the right choice for us. Now, we did invest a lot of time and money and efforts into renovating and fixing this home. This home was vacant for 8+ years. So I don't see the detriment that we caused from this restoration. Ultimately, it was vacant. If they were so concerned, why did they buy it and fix it? I don't know. That's not my problem. Secondly, I don't go and share my personal business moves or investments or anything with the public. This is not public discussion. I don't go to my neighbors asking them what they did or how they spend their money or time or whatever. It's not my business. I feel like it's, we've been targeted and ultimately we're being held to an event that preceded our ownership by 4 years at least. And if I'm not mistaken, that tragic event led to this law being implemented and changed. And we're following the due process. We're not.
I think that's a tough part to appreciate, at least that. This is, you are a part of an initial investors and others who are experiencing the first draft of this law in practice for the city. And one of the biggest considerations is an approval in this case, which I would say you probably have a good point too, that you're a victim of more new regulations that are in search of refining those. But what you maybe don't need to do yourself much of big of is more the neighbors, because of the process set up for them, have a avenue to voice their opposition to this and give it teeth. And I know that's frustrating because it's not like that in every city. But that is the current law. It's
not frustrating. It's actually understandable. I mean, if I were in their situation, I would do the same. But to my understanding, we were expressed that they only had a certain percentage of the decision being made. It could not solely be based on the neighborhoods,
Right.
you know, and that seems like that was what the decision was based on. There was no factual merit. We're not being judged on our application or our merit. You could ask questions such as, were police ever called to this property? For any violations at all, any concerns? The answer is no. You could ask other questions like, you know, here, did the applicant meet all legal requirements for a plea?
Yeah, one of the things you brought up earlier was that you had some family changes and decided not to move in. You thought that the initiative was irrelevant. I could see how, having been living in Crown Heights and been a part of these forum discussions since April 2021, on that initial forum discussion, even if you were more laissez-faire with that short-term rentals or more stronger regulations or restrictions, there was a general consensus within Crown Heights that there is an expectation, understanding that we had a gentleman on the call who was now back living in the neighborhood, and a way to stay in the neighborhood was renting out a part of his house. There was it was clearly an understanding of someone owner occupying. These neighbors may have a completely different opinion, as we've heard tonight, on saying no or yes. And by that opinion of whether this property is owner occupied as a short-term rental could be enough to influence this board in and of itself and the council. So I bring that up just to help you understand. That might not be an irrelevant point, and that maybe is a point for compromise in the future when dealing with neighbors, and maybe there is a path here somewhere, because I've heard that multiple times on these Crown Heights forums that there's a strong discuss against the party nuisance houses, and how do you have regulations with teeth to control it, but also how do you allow folks to be able to do things with their properties, especially if they're a first-time homeowner in a neighborhood that is in a socioeconomically upset ladder for them. How can they get some additional money? And I think those are almost viewed as separate zoning cases in a way because of the owner occupant components. That's something I would bring up. You have to consider their opinion.
Well, I sure it would, I guess. I thought that would be the consideration of the HOA, which this area doesn't have. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't go knocking on the neighbor's doors asking for personal opinions. That's
I know,
what
I
I'm
know.
doing.
The frustrating thing
In
is-
every sense, it's personal. Who knocks on their neighbor's doors and divulges personal financial information?
Who opens up a hotel in the neighborhood?
You know, so the generalization of short-term rentals seems to be the issue. I am not the one that dictates whether short-term rentals are legal. That's this board. I mean, I'm going through the due process to be legal. So I don't understand, like,
but you have
these
these folks who live on that street, particularly, are going, like, you can. I living a few blocks away, I can understand why folks on that street, that block in particular, will be more.
100%. But these unfortunate events happens outside of.
But in addition to that, when we have tried to talk to Mr. Liu, he's lied about his purpose and his intention with that house. It has been misrepresented the entire time. It is not just the short-term rental.
Okay, and now I'm being personally attacked, and I mean, it's crazy. It's these. They assume that I don't care. My problem is not with the neighbors and their disagreement. My problem is more or less with the committee and how it's being conducted, I guess.
Your problems with the updated regulations that the city put in place, I think, and that also then brings this board into the mix as a part of that discussion. Which is not saying that based on you have 100% neighbor opposition to this from your property side. So, but I'm saying separate from that, this law is not end all be all. and it's going to need to be revised. And that's not saying that you can also, maybe Scott, in this case, if there's a denial in a case like this, but say the person with the potential STR comes in and says, well, I want to do it owner occupied now, blah, blah, blah. What, do they have to wait a year? Is it similar to other zoning cases?
No, if it's owner occupied while it's being rented, it doesn't require a zoning action, just a license. If it does get denied and then they want to come back and reapply, then it's 12 months. It's just like any other zoning application, unless there's been a substantial change to it, which then qualifies it for 6 months. But in this case, because they're requesting short-term rental, I don't know that there would be a qualifying factor for 6 months.
I want to make sure you understood that if this does get denied through this process, you still have the allowance to have an STR owner occupied based on what Scott just said. You'll need to get the license, but this approval process would not be a part of that equation. However, your neighbors, if they determine that it's not owner occupied, that could be an issue of itself. So I just want to be, I bring all this up because whenever we have a little contention back and forth, I don't want anyone, whether in favor or against the agent applicant, or board members, to think like there's not, what are my options other than due process here? What are my options? If this is a dead end, I have this property, I've done these renovations. I want everyone to know there's a due course in having a say, as well as having the ability to do what they can under law with the property. But yes, ma'am, online. I'm so sorry. I just want to give you a chance to speak now.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to. Am I voicing my concern like everybody else, or am I doing? I'm not sure.
I just wanted to make sure we got your input, because I had to cut you off to make sure we had the process out there. So I just wanted to make sure I heard what your point was.
We got my whole long statement, right?
And you had,
Yeah, then I'm okay. My issue is, I want to have an issue with the whole short-term rental thing, but I also don't like it when someone comes into the neighborhood and lies to everybody to get the property and to lie to the neighbors about what he's doing. I don't think it's okay. And it doesn't feel like he cares about the neighborhood, the house, or the neighbors. And that's huge.
I appreciate that. And I would, if there's not further public comment, we'll take it. Yes, sir.
So I just want to, so he says that the property was vacant for 7 years. Why did we buy it? There were multiple people, including us, that wanted to. You couldn't, because it was a government-owned Freddie Mac property in a distressed state, because the previous occupants were deceased and they had used it as a reverse mortgage to pay for their assisted living. So when their estate was finally settled, then it became available, and it was like Liz indicated, a distressed property that had regulations about who could buy it. And in the first 30 days, it was supposed to be only people who were going to buy it to reside in. So he bought it within 9 days. It wasn't open for investors and speculators until after that 30-day period, which he never got to.
Right. And I just want to, members of the public, everyone had a chance to speak here, because I want to bring it back and have a vote on it. I'm going to make a motion. I'll speak to it. I'll make a motion. What's that recommendation?
Can we, we weren't gonna bring it back to us?
Oh, I am bringing it back. We can discuss. I was just going to go ahead. If I don't get excited, you can decide. You'll have a recommendation here so that I can.
Staff recommendation is to approve the planning commission recommendations to them.
This is a motion to deny. And that is in large part informed that this block in particular, these residents since 2021, impacted directly by that credit, have been very clear of a strong preference for STRs that are owner occupied. And are also against STRs that have out of state ownership. Now, as much as that was the complaints, like, well, these investors can get the chance, what we have here is more around not someone lied, he said, she said, there's a clear owner occupied issue here that is concerning these residents to the point I would say denial should be, particularly for Crown Heights residents on this block. And that I feel with so much. So that's, and I say that as someone who lives in Crown Heights, after staying at an Airbnb in Crown Heights in Housing. And I go back and forth on this myself, and I'm probably a bit laissez-faire, but when I see, I have been on those calls since 2021. I have heard those opinions, and those opinions have not changed. And they've shown not change with 100% opposition. So that's my motion. I will go for a second, and I will not take anything personally, and I am trying to have some debate on this as well.
I'll certainly have a second. I would not. And I guess my second and against the original staff recommendation would be, obviously the usage and the characteristics of your neighborhood being primary long-term residential or even like long-term rental properties, and having the short-term short stays. And I visited with a fellow DAP member here who I know has short-term rental very near property. And I'm like, who's renting these? And it seems like it is, kind of families and then maybe even workers that are here for longer periods of time. But even they've had issues with kind of parties, right? And things getting out of control. And I know, again, just to echo, this block particularly has some sensitivities in that it was really the impetus for a lot of these changes. So again, the suitability, and then also too, I think that the removal of the restrictions would detrimentally affect nearby properties as well. In the fact that it's one thing to have somebody who's gonna be, on a 24-month or 12-month lease on a property. And it's another to know that you've got somebody that could be there a night or 7 days. And it does make a difference in their investment within the community. So I understand, I live nearby, I live in College Hill, same thing, somebody brought me cookies and I thought I was in a Hallmark movie. That's very much so the character of our neighborhoods. And I don't know that short-term rentals really meets the spirit of that in these types of communities, or really any community here in town, any residential community. So that would be my golden rules, why I would object to those on the second.
And I understand you're not ready to get out of here, but since we have. It brings up other things that perhaps this can come up, I don't know if it's an ordinance, whether it's short-term rentals, but verify owner occupied. If we're gonna do owner occupied, how is that gonna be verified? Are you gonna count? Because what you don't wanna do is this sort of neighbor conflict, right? He's living there, he's not gonna live there. I mean, first of all, how is the city gonna verify that? Is it true that 254 North Bath and 233 North Baton are operating illegally? If it is true, then why is that? And what do we need to do to support enforcement so this doesn't go on for neighborhoods? And then I don't understand the difference between a nuisance complaint and police. So if police were never called, but there's nuisance complaints. And then if it's true that you get in Wichita 2 nuisance complaints, and you lose the license, and there have been nuisance complaints here. First of all, it might be unfair to the owner of the short-term rental because neighbors might not like that person and just make complaints just to get them to lose their license. We don't want that. But how is the city? I mean, this is so much gray, murky stuff. When it's time to kind of shore this up, it'd be great if we could fill in some of those.
And I can provide answers, but I think it would drag on the meeting for another 15 minutes.
You should be.
If you want to vote, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah, because we're only a few months into this process and it's already in place now. We're gonna have to update it. So let's, but we have.
There's a motion to deny in a second. So on the vote,
Any additional discussion on the vote?
I would like to know that I think it's a little unfair to judge and that's our owner based on what happened to other people. I am the person that lives next door to an Airbnb. I also have an Airbnb directly across the street from me. And then there's one next to that. Like, and then there's one next to that. So I got like 4 Airbnbs right here. Parties are having a problem occasionally. My experience is that most people renting an Airbnb in Wichita neighborhoods who aren't from Wichita are in town for like weddings and reunion. There are traveling workers. I've got to see many construction workers hanging out at the porch of the Airbnb next door. And I've had to ask them to be quiet. But I don't think we can blame this guy back here for someone getting murdered down the street. I don't understand what smoke has to do with caring for your property. I find that ridiculous. But at the same time.
Like accusations,
Sir, I'm trying to.
I apologize.
At the same time, one of the golden rules is the neighbors, for lack of a better word. And there is overwhelming opposition to this particular aspect. So I just want everybody on the board to keep that in mind. I don't want anybody to vote because someone got shot down the street or because you don't want a hotel next to your house, because Airbnbs and hotels necessarily operate very differently. I understand having an overnight guest that's a stranger to your neighborhood and that being a concern. I totally get it, but it's not the highest standard. So I just want people to vote on this property and the sentiment of the community and not on whether you think people just sort of pot are cool or if you think it's what dangerous. Yeah.
I like those comments and I appreciate that. I agree, we should not be making decisions based on what happened to the other property. I do understand why what happened to the other property would inform why residents neighbors would be against this one. I also do like that qualifier for setting precedent, because we're in new territory here with these STRs. That we need to be very hyper local in being block to block, because you'll even see in Crown Heights, there are some blocks where there are multiples, and there are some that there's not a single one, and that could be a consideration as well on both sides of the street. There's an allowance in the ordinance that they don't have to go through this process, but they still have to get a license if it's owner occupied. So if this was owner occupied, they would just need to get the license.
What classifies as owner occupied?
It's if the owner's residing in it, while it's being rented out for short-term rental, so, a house that would have like a carriage house in the backyard, either the owner building a house or the,
Or shared space like basement, same thing. Yeah. And I do sympathize in that there's a number of things within this regulation and first round that got put in place that maybe doesn't address some of the goals and also maybe makes it more frustrating and difficult on certain investors, including local investors. I sympathize with that. What we have today is not a audit of the current policy. What we have is the current policy. And so that is what's being informed here. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. Did I get a second?
Mayor, but
Motion is to deny, primarily citing negative opposition and preference for our options. That's too much. On that one. All in favor of denying, sign. Aye. Any opposed, denying, any vote to approve? I hear positive sign. Anybody online? It is unanimous tonight. Thank you, sir. So you still have, the council we can go to, but now you have the Niles, NBC and DAM. If you do have that allotment for the other occupants.